The Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian Esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The Central and South Asia regional competition features 5 teams: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Uzbekistan. Let's eagerly await the thrilling performances these teams have in store for us. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Welcome to the 2022 RDAG Regionals in Central Asia, the central region of the continent that acts as a transportation gateway between Asia and Europe. It is also the heart of the Silk Road in ancient times. Surrounded by plains and hills, Central Asia has abundant mineral resources. Central Asians have cultivated a rich and diversified culture that stems from their ancestry as steppe nomads. As esports in Central Asia continues to grow, we hope to see more tournaments held here. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. The Khan Shatter is an architectural wonder built with a distinctive neo-futuristic style, a feature often seen in Kazakh players' skills. Kyrgyzstan, known as the Water Tower of Central Asia, is well known for its honey production. Their players are ready to taste the sweetness of success. The undulating cotton fields of Uzbekistan are a sight to behold. Will esports cement its stature in another epic scene in this country? We hope Central Asian players make new acquaintances and have a great time during the 2022 RDAG Regionals. Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in South Asia. South Asia is located between the central and southwest parts of the Himalayas and the Indian Ocean. It has an area of around 4.3 million square kilometers and shelters more than 20% of the world's population. The esports industry in South Asia is expanding rapidly, and the region has also held many esports events. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Nepal and Sri Lanka teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Nepal, the Mountain Kingdom, features 8 peaks over 8,000 meters above sea level, thus giving their players the courage to surmount any difficulties in the world. Sri Lanka's Ceylon black tea and gems are remarkable. Their players' performances will be similarly unforgettable. Here's to South Asian players having a great time at the 2022 RDAG Regionals and impressing the rest of Asia with their talents.
Right here, right now, because like you said, the most immediate objective is just to be seeded to the next round, and that might just happen for the likes of Team Saudi Arabia or Jordan going head in head right now in the first half.
And right now, taking the lead, it's going to Team Saudi Arabia, followed by Team Bahrain. Last but not least, it's going to Team Jordan, but Team Palestine will be on the third spot, overtaken by the others. And now Team Saudi Arabia taking the lead, while Team Jordan trying to follow up and just come over. And they will overtake in the very last minute. It's a tricky terrain, and Team Saudi Arabia once more stuck in the corner and have to restart their engines there.
It's fine. They just need to step on the pedal and straight away go. As you would expect Team China to execute this flawlessly, right?
And so far they have no problem around this platform. It feels like they're not even breaking in and sweating easily, but they have problems before this with landing all those four wheels on ground. But this time, I think maybe because it's powered by driving, it feels like maybe he's more calm and composed. But they definitely finish off less than 13 minutes at 12 minutes and 56 seconds.
Okay, we just gotta keep it to its official, right? Yeah, I mean, I know we're so excited to see like a flawless victory here, but just keeping it till it's official. But come on, who's gonna stop them at this point? The only thing that can stop them is themselves.
It's themselves, and we've seen how ordinary slip that was.
We saw that.
What called a hindrance, but even so, I think they're leaving them bound ahead to just recover and make their way towards the end.
So here comes the question. Chinese Taipei, they're already moving.
Hello, my name is Santon, my nickname Naft. I'm from Team Kyrgyzstan. I am 25 years old and I am captain of my team.
Hello everyone, my name is Shokhruz. My nickname is Yakuza. I'm 18 years old. I came from Uzbekistan and I position my game as supporter.
Hi everybody, my name is Rizni Azmi and my in-game name is Razor, and I am from Team Sri Lanka and my role is support fragger.
Hello everybody, my name is Batar. I am captain from the national team Kazakhstan.
Hello everyone, my name is Subin Kumar Prajapati. I am from Team Nepal. My in-game name is DRS Rules. I am the in-game leader of the DRS.
This is part of my life. For a long time I tried to reach great heights. This is a story about struggle as in many lives of other people.
Our advantages is our aim is on the high level, and we had the experience on the first 10 and we came here and we are ready.
I think the player to watch out for in our rival team Nepal is Rules. I think it's because he's very competitive compared to the others, and yes, looking forward to facing him.
We are looking for our Kazakhstan team. I think they have good style to play pattern.
I think that the goal of any team is first place. We prepared well and we will try to show our best game in this tournament.
RDAG, Apilasti.
RDAG. Кыргызстан готов к азиатским играм. Алга.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。 爱酷10系列，标配2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第二代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
It is a brand new day with a brand new group. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with us, we're your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with a wonderful Keith right beside me. And we'll be seeing Central and South Asia qualifying stage as our first set today.
Yeah, brand new teams, brand new set, and we've got 4 tracks of each set, which means 8 potential maps to find out who are the top 4 within, well, Central and South Asia together in this one. It's a tricky one, but we'll get into it in just about a bit. First, to kick off this entire event, of course, a shout out to the sponsors itself. This competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by none other than Neo TV.
And of course, thank you to our prestige sponsor Audi Q4 e-tron Strong. Support for the RDAG tournament. Thank you so much for being together with us, and this is a wonderful model right in front of here. Maybe I can take one back.
Oh, take one of these cars back?
Yeah.
Less likely, but you could probably walk away with that one on the screen right here. Take home today a special thanks to iQOO 11 here, the official mobile game equipment for the Road to Asian Games. The professional choice here to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
And thank you as well to our official supporter Omen, with the new Omen 16, new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022.
And none other than the comfort partner here providing us a full support is AutoFull with their brand new AutoFull M6, the official gaming chair partner to the Road to Asian Games. Be your own hero.
And thank you to our official supporter East Rock for their support. At the same time, we also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishu Games, Migu Video, and our channels Tencent Video, Weibo, Xianghongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support.
All that good stuff bring you this exciting event here right before your very eyes. Without them, we would not exist on this meta space. So huge shout out to all these sponsors. Now, going back into the game here, we will be going into some very, very, I would say exotic names within this entire group stage. We have Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Nepal, and finally Uzbekistan.
Yes, and they will be playing 8 tracks as the part of the qualifying stage in order for them to move on to the next stage, which is going to be the finals. But in the afternoon, we will be served with Southeast Asia. So there'll be a lot of games here today. And speaking about a lot of games, this will be the schedule for today. As you can see here, we're going to kick things off with Central and South Asia qualifying stage, followed by Southeast Asia qualifying stage round 1 and 2 round 1s back to back, and then we'll go to round 2, in which those teams will be reshuffled. But of course, we'll get to that a little bit later. We'll be focusing on to the Central and South Asia qualifying stage as our first series.
Now that I mentioned, I've noticed actually within the group stage itself, there was Sri Lanka within that Central and South Asia qualifying stage region, which means, do you think that Sri Lanka was the seeded team forward, seeing as though the bottom 4 left?
Well, that's your answer there. Yeah, direct to the finals. So Sri Lanka looking good so far as a start. So we'll be focusing on the other four countries, and and looking at the numbers, quite a disparity that we can see. 14 minutes versus 17 minutes versus 19 minutes.
Now for Sri Lanka and both Kazakhstan, that's good numbers to get on with. As we all know, the benchmark to be very competitive in this space is the 13-minute mark. So if they can shave off just a little bit more, I think they'll be in good condition. As for the rest below, I think a lot of work needs to be done. The 16, 17-minute run, sure, great, probably works within your own ecosystem. But when it comes to pitting up against some of the big giants, you need to be able to cut for time.
Well, what we learned from West Asia is that some of the teams had some slight advantage. The fact that they played more games, allowing them more room, more time to actually learn more about the game, refine their tactics, refine the way that they play it, and to cut more time. And when it came to the final, if we took an example of the West Asia, Palestine did really, really well there. And one of the theories is that because they played more games.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing to consider too here. So does that put Team Sri Lanka in the back foot now that they are directly seeded into the finals? They will be missing out on all the experience building sessions that they're going to have later on through the entire 8 tracks itself. They definitely cannot take their foot off the pedal. We also know as a matter of fact, that the teams that were directed to the finals played a different format in which they shared a lobby with only themselves.
Well, we only know that tomorrow. Yeah, because the finals will be played on a different day. But of course, today, one of the teams will be eliminated from the finals. So we'll be looking for the top 3 from this group. And I mean, just looking at the initial numbers, there seems to be a gap, but who knows? That could be a learning point for them. And from whatever that they learned today, they might be applying something different.
Yeah, we hope to see a shift within the tables here. Kazakhstan moving into this match for today, looking very strong. They are one of those teams with the 14-minute markers. And so the rest of them playing at 17, hopefully they've brushed up enough, seen some of the past matches and seen some of the maneuvers being taken out from teams from the East Asian region who still hold record in terms of the fastest average time to finish the track.
Yeah, and you kind of think about it, right? Like the 14-minute is close to one of the best average groups around, which was about 12 to 13 minutes. So it's not too far away. So it's going to be tough competition there. We can expect that. But whether they can maintain the level of consistency or not. And we also need to take into consideration that they are in a group where there are different teams playing. Before this, when they played the seeding, they played as a solo team.
Yeah.
So this time around, there's a little bit more competition for the targets within each section.
Yeah, which means things are only get harder. Scarce resources, you know what they say, if you push comes to shove, it's only the one who could adapt is the one who can survive. And now they have to adapt with 3 other teams within the same lobby, fighting for the same resources. Really excited for that game to happen. Obviously, we have 0 information to go off with. I don't believe that the seeding stage was broadcasted for us to ever study from. So it's going to be just as much as a surprise for us as it will be for you.
Yeah, and as it will be for the teams as well. Yeah, because they obviously it wasn't broadcasted, so they couldn't really see what's happening. But anyway, we're going to check out a pre-interview just to get to know our teams first. So here we go.
Hello, my name is Santon, my nickname Naft. I'm from Team Kyrgyzstan. I'm 25 years old and I am captain of my team.
Hello everyone, my name is Shokhruz. My nickname is Yakudza. I'm 18 years old. I came from Uzbekistan and the position my game is supporter.
Hi everybody, my name is Rizni Azmi and my in-game name is Razor, and I am from Team Sri Lanka, and my role is support fragger.
Hello everybody, my name is Batar. I am captain from the national team Kazakhstan.
Hello everyone, my name is Subin Kumar Prajapati. I am from Team Nepal. My in-game name is DRS Rules. I am the in-game leader of the DRS.
This is part of my life. For a long time I tried to reach great heights. This is a story about struggle as in many lives of other people.
Our advantages is our aim is on the high level, and we had the experience on the first 10 and we came here and we are ready.
I think the player to watch out for in our rival team Nepal is Rules. I think it's because he's very competitive compared to the others, and yes, looking forward to facing him.
We are looking for our Kazakhstan team. I think they have good style to play pattern.
I think that the goal of any team is first place. We prepared well and we will try show our best game in this tournament.
RDAG, Apilasti.
RDAG. Кыргызстан готов к азиатским играм. Алга.
Yes, now that was the players. As you can see, they're building out for that competitive landscape that is about to take place here in Miramar with track number 1, starting from Valdemar, making their way into Monte Nuevo. In case you didn't know, this is the 4 colored targets, the first challenge within the entire circuit. And moving on next, onto the side of Picado is where you find yourself the retracking targets, shoot the targets before they hide away, collect those points of 400 and move on to the granddaddy of all challenge in Los Leones. That is the flying target. Almost impossible to conquer. A lot of struggling teams trying to get past that one, and a lot of teams' lead have been thrown out of the win because they are unable to just find a mastery understanding about that on that last obstacles right there.
Yeah, that is always the biggest blocker, right? And because of that blocker as well, it also allows teams to come back. Like if you're like behind, like let's say you're 3rd or 4th place, but because you do well in section number 3, you can complete the challenge faster or be the first team to complete. You can speed all the way to the finish line and become the first team to do that. So we have seen that before with some of the teams that deploy that sort of strategy. Namely for the Palestinians, they focus onto section number 3. They're like, okay, we just forget about section 1, section 2. That's fine. We just do decent, okay. But when it comes to section number 3, that's where they grind it all out, and they always maintain a number 1 spot, like for most of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, like in a sense, you could see that last challenge as your last leg. Because you could maybe flunk off checkpoint 1 and 2, but it doesn't matter because with the 120 seconds cooldown mechanics implemented within each obstacles, that is actually time in which it is capitalized by teams on the back end to maybe close in that gap and finish out objectives as fast as possible. But when you're up against the tougher competitions who's excelling in checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, and even checkpoint 3, you're not going to get that sort of leeway. And so moving on forward, let's hope that these teams just understand what it takes to conquer that tough climb.
Yeah, one thing that we learned as well by watching some of the best teams around, right? So for Team China, their strategy is that they will always want to reach each checkpoint as the first team, being the first team to reach each checkpoint. It's because like when they reach each checkpoint, they will be able to get as many ground targets as possible. And the moment they do that, by the time the other teams arrive, there won't be enough ground targets for them to take. So they will have a big head start. They always have like at least 100 points and above head start before the main objective comes out. So it also shows the importance of whatever happens during the race itself, if you really want to refine your methods in order to be the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about being the earliest of birds, right? In this sort of game. This is obviously more of a circuit kind of challenge. The fastest you are, the better you're in, the better you're setting up yourself for success. And if any small and single details that you do that contributes into your progress, a percentage of completion, is always going to be a good part. So despite Checkpoint 3 being pretty much like a last life, I think teams should really explore just knocking all 3 challenges out of the park and, you know, finishing with their record time as possible.
Yeah, because right now, of course, objectively is to move on to the finals, right?
Yeah.
So you're competing within your region. But it will come a stage whereby you will be competing against the other regions as well. So by that time, of course, if you want to go for gold, you want to get the #1 spot, you got to fine-tune every single element within the game. So whether it's from the driving, to the looting, to even the communications, things that we don't get to see on the broadcast at least, to their coordination. I mean, every single element is really important to just shave off those precious seconds. Because right now, the benchmark is definitely Team China. They are one of the record holders. I believe in one of the tracks, they got a 12 minute when they were playing with other teams, but when they were playing on themselves, when during the seeding stage, they got a record of 10 minutes. But realistically, now that we are at the stage where everyone will play against each other, trying to cancel out each other, especially stealing away the ground targets before anyone else. So I think that the 12-minute-ish mark is definitely the benchmark for now.
Yeah, it's a gold standard right here. But that's not to say that Team China does not need to improve and refine, because we've seen time and time they're achieving these good numbers. However, they do still go into stumbling blocks during the driving journey there. So at the moment they clean that up, I think we can expect a brand new record. Maybe a 12-minute flat would be very realistic for them, or maybe a 12:10, since 12:22 seems to be their best so far in track number 2. So looking forward to that one. Looking forward to the countries that will be playing, or more like the teams that will be playing down here for the Road to Asian Games 2022. Now, you're very seasoned within the scene. Do you have any experience in maybe one of the players who has shown up for the interview, or is that a complete wildcard to you too?
Honestly, it's a wildcard because it's a totally different game. So I have no idea what to expect. But for Team Nepal, they have played in global stages before. So as compared to the other teams, yes, they have that experience, but it is a totally new game that we're talking about here. So it's very hard to kind of make that apple-to-apple comparison. So I don't know, man. But based on the teams that we have seen previously, or some of the seeding times that we have seen even from Southeast Asia, having the experience on the global stage also means that they train regularly. Yeah, at least on the mechanical skill stage. So if they are able to train mechanically, at least they would have that one step above other teams. Because at the end of the day, it still involves a lot of shooting.
Now, I like how you said it's not an apple-to-apple comparison, but some elements do transfer, right? Like if anything, this version of the game is as accurate of a skill representation as it can be, right? If you shoot well, you shoot well. There's literally no external factor besides a very minute RNG element into it. So if the team is representing on a global platform more often than not, which means that they have probably better understanding within the mechanics, that they should be looking like a favorable contender coming in.
Yeah. Well, from what we have seen before this as well, yes. Okay, I'm going to give a flip side to it, right? So say yesterday's example, like for Team Republic of Korea, they have experience playing in the global stage. But for like Team Hong Kong China, they don't. In fact, they are part-time players, but yet they could still do better than Team Republic of Korea. So I don't know, man. Something that have unlocked that we don't know, that they're able to refine. And maybe, okay, I'm just putting out another theory. Like maybe because of the theory is that because their objective is only to play for Asian Games or Road to Asian Games, Hence, they don't need to worry about the professional circuit. So they could focus onto this. And I'm talking about Team Hong Kong China as compared to Team Republic of Korea that has to mix their careers of playing professionally as well as this.
But I could do you one better.
Right.
Team China won many global platforms. Here they are again, just showing that mechanical prowess. So we can only speculate, but again, this one, our wild card to us. We have zero clue on the data and probably player statistics, so we'll have to see it firsthand here in track number 1.
Here we go, track number 1. The Central and South Asia qualifying stage. Here we go. We'll be playing a total of 8 tracks, ladies and gentlemen. So you don't want to miss out on the action. Make sure you stay together with us because the first track will definitely set a bar among all these teams as they head down. And as usual, they're going to start it off with the loot. And how fast do they get onto their vehicles and go how much they want to loot is all part of the strategy. As our teams start to move now, as usual, the first stretch is going to be kind of close. What will be the big differentiator, at least from the start, is going to be after the first section. Whoever completes the first task will have a good advantage of heading on to section number 2 first.
Right now, taking in the lead, it is Team Nepal here, but this is going to be a tight curve, and they did so without compromising too much of their speed. Still maintaining status quo, but it seems like Team Kyrgyzstan might just make a nosedive and cut them in the process here, especially with this one. Team Nepal took a little bit too wide of a turn. They will lose a little bit of that lead here, but Team Kyrgyzstan still fairly measuring well, trying to keep up with the number 1 position. Meanwhile, they cannot be too comfortable as well because Team Kazakhstan now trails behind.
Interestingly, we don't get to see one of the teams on screen, Team Uzbekistan, so they need to do a lot of catch-up here. But a slight flip there that I noticed for Team Kazakhstan. But then again, it is a neck-to-neck race between the two teams. But look who's trailing behind. It's going to be Team Kazakhstan, not too far away. So one mistake from the front will allow them to overtake.
Team Nepal and Team Kyrgyzstan, actually this is very, just seeing the way they rotate and after witnessing so many games yesterday, it is very apparent that Team Kyrgyzstan has got a better understanding in the rotation. Team Nepal seems to be taking so many long routes, taking the full brunt of the curves and not cutting lanes in which can be a straight line potentially. So perhaps they might want to look into that. Team Kazakhstan, meanwhile, or Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, they really know how to mimic the pathway that Team China has been displaying the whole day yesterday.
Yeah, I guess based on the data, right, when it comes to speed up target hits, they're pretty close to each other. So I guess the theory is like what you said. It's just the routes that they take. Are they cutting enough corners to shave off those precious seconds? So it's something that they might need to refine when it comes to the later tracks, or even a repeat of this track when it comes to the second set. But now all these teams have arrived onto checkpoint number 1. And as usual, it's going to be a race to get the ground targets first before the main objective comes up.
Taking that points in. Unfortunately, we do not have eyes on it right now. However, the speed up targets hit. Uzbekistan seems to be the one in the lead, despite it is Team Kyrgyzstan who made their way into compound first after overtaking the likes of Team Nepal. Now 48 out of the 100. Now the benchmark is 100 pointers before that activity come online.
Oh, very close score with each other. Even for Team Uzbekistan, despite them arriving fairly later than the other teams, but the point difference is not that far. And now this is where the differentiator will start. Whether the teams can take down their respective colors faster than the other teams, this will be the one. This will be the big one here. So far, again, all these teams fairly close to each other in terms of points.
Team Kyrgyzstan, though, is the one with the lead at 151, 170 now, but Team Kazakhstan coming in really, really close, and this is what we were talking about when we looked at the group stage and the timings. Team Kazakhstan is the one with the 14-minute marker, so they should, in theory, know what to do in a much more efficient scale, and it looks like they might just do it. Close enough, 290 to Kazakhstan to Kyrgyzstan, and they take the lead, Team Kazakhstan here. But it is the ones in purple, which it is Team Kazakhstan, who will be making their first exit out of this checkpoint despite being third to arrive.
Yeah, but not too far away are the other teams. We can see that at least 2 teams making their way onto checkpoint number 2. Make that 3 teams, but nevertheless, it's still going to be Team Kazakhstan on the forefront. They have a slight lead here. And what we'll learn from the previous days is that if you're able to reach the checkpoint first before any other teams, you will have the advantage of taking down the ground targets, giving yourself extra bonus, and not only that, denying the ground targets from other teams.
Deny they will. They will try their best, but they have to hold their lead and not get denied for it. But a quick break here because the future gaming of smartphones is the iQOO 11. Do check that one out. Now, Team Kazakhstan is inching closer towards this next objectives. It all goes down to the rotation here, and if anything's going to go wrong, it shouldn't be now. We've seen many teams getting stuck within these rocks here. Let's see if Team Kazakhstan will make it. They will.
They
successfully
will.
So, and now the next challenge is the trees.
Oh yeah, the trees. Okay, it's going to come up next, but looks like they have a decent lead right now. They even have a decent lead enough that they leave all the other teams behind, allowing them to have that one full screen for themselves. And even if you look on the minimap, like they're way far ahead. So I guess they definitely know how to cut those corners. But we also noticed that some of the teams, I believe it was namely Team Uzbekistan, not using the ramp to their advantage. But nevertheless, now we have Team Kazakhstan now arriving, being the first team to arrive at the second checkpoint.
This is reflective of the seeding stage earlier on, with Team Kazakhstan is the one with the 14 minutes, leaps and bounds ahead of their contenders here, who closed in an average of 17 minutes each. So that's huge gap, about 3 minutes apart here. And if they can maintain that, Team Kazakhstan could look towards a very fruitful journey here during the qualifying stage.
3 minutes is quite hefty, not gonna lie about that. So it's all about, not only about refining, but we need to retune whatever that they learned from yesterday's seeding stage. But now all the teams have arrived in section number 2. Team Uzbekistan still at a single digit, but for the rest who arrived later, again, the points are not too far away. The ground targets will be their aim. And so far we can see Team Kazakhstan still at the forefront, but the gap is not too far away. But looks like time is no longer on their side. The main objective will be up really soon, as we can see the team starting to reposition themselves. And the main objective will be up in about 5 more seconds.
3 seconds and counting down for the next one. It is retractable targets. Shoot those targets before it is retracted back on the inside. Limited time offer, as you might say. As they go through windows after windows here, they must coordinate the attacks. I've seen yesterday Team China, they actually have all 4 members across this entire place, and they divided this entire range into quadrants, with each members actually guarding within their jurisdiction.
And also, by observation of looking at how they're playing here today, again, just like yesterday, nobody really cares about the top floor. Everyone's focused on the first floor and also the ground floor. So looks like that seems to be some sort of a meta trend here for the team.
Meta or not, this region is a wild card here, and Team Kazakhstan has lost that lead to the likes of Kyrgyzstan, but only for a moment here as they take back that leading point. 261 out of the 400 has been built, very close neck and neck against Team Kazakhstan here. Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, they are looking like they're setting themselves up for a race towards the checkpoint number 3.
You can feel the frustration from the Uzbekistan athlete. Every time he tries to aim, every time when he wants to shoot, the target is taken by another athlete, another team, denied away from him. And now, in terms of points, they are way behind. But the first team to complete the challenge is going to be Team Kyrgyzstan.
Team Kyrgyzstan, but also Team Kazakhstan, both gets to make their way out of this checkpoint and into the next here. So it's going to be quite close. Now, you mentioned that you wanted to see a close race towards the end of the finish line, and these two not only phonetically sound the same, they are also matching up each other in performance alone.
All right, so looking at some of the stats here, I think this is starting to be some sort of a trend. Checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, the percentages among the athletes have a disparity, especially with the driver having different responsibilities. When it comes to checkpoint number 3, the best practice or the best numbers to get the best result is that everyone has almost equal percentage contribution towards the points. So that is where we will see the numbers start to close up each other. And so far from that, it allows teams to get the best result.
Oh, goes in for the jump, but Team Kyrgyzstan, that is a dire mistake. Make your way to the likes of Team Kazakhstan, who is supposedly the best contender here. They had one chance to maybe keep them at bay, but that chance was long shot off the moment they made that mistake. But same can be said to Kazakhstan. They fumbled a little bit on the drive, but nothing too irrecoverable to keep them back.
Okay, so now this allows as well for Team Kazakhstan to open up a gap. And within our area view, no other contenders until now. Okay, the next ramp is in the back. And so far, the two teams that we can see here managed to use the ramp. But unfortunately for Team Kyrgyzstan, they didn't get that much airtime as compared to their opponent.
And that's despite them, Team Kyrgyzstan, having the more speed-up targets earned onto their end. So that right there just did cost them pretty heftily. But not over just yet. They still, in the end of the day, arrived neck to neck within checkpoint 3. And this goes down to the mechanic prowess between these two teams. As we saw earlier in checkpoint 2, it is Team Kyrgyzstan who outgunned the like of Team Kazakhstan. Can they do that again?
Ooh, okay. This is going to be the opportunity, because this is where we see this is going to be the final stretch. This is going to be section number 3. So this is where we see teams starting to find that disparity between each other, especially if you're able to complete this challenge the fastest and you go on to be unchallenged to be the first team. But okay, a little bit of a stuck there. Hold that thought for a second. Uzbekistan. Ooh, they got to refine the way they navigate around this compound.
I like how that sounded intentional. Uzbekistan. Team Uzbekistan. Yeah, well, maybe early in the morning. They haven't gotten their driving warmed up just yet. These tires got to warm up for the more efficient of driving. So hopefully a cleaner round with more tracks to come. But right now they will pay the price of that little maneuver, but it's still recoverable because they are here now in checkpoint 3, and if they can outgun the likes of Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan in the next 2 seconds, then they might be the ones to find a faster exit out of here.
Well, at least the starting gap is not that far, so they still have that opportunity. But now it's a matter of tracking skills, your mechanical skills of shooting a target that's almost impossible to hit, and looking at their meta, looking at how they are positioning themselves. This is almost similar to how the West Asians position themselves. They have a couple of athletes on one side and a couple of athletes on the other side, so they're surrounding the main target. But at the end of the day, it's a matter of, are you able to hit them?
Team Kazakhstan at 100-pointer, but look at it. It's Team Nepal, the one who has global experience here, finds their way with competitive aim at 128 to Kazakhstan's 148. Very close neck and neck now. The benchmark to the minimum threshold to get by is a 500, so that creates so much time for errors or even opportunities for these other teams to maybe take the #1 spot.
Ooh, the strategy for Team Uzbekistan is to aim down in the middle and try to find that middle point where all these plates will meet so that they can have the maximum number. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be working out for them just yet. And as of yesterday, what we saw, the best practice is to shoot the track from the starting point of where the plates start to fly to a certain midpoint and pull it back. So I guess that could be it. But then again, it's still up for discovery for all these teams. If they think that based on their practice, based on what they've experimented, that is the best way to do it, well, by all means, then I guess it's just up to whatever they're comfortable at the end of the day as well.
This man's frustrated. I could tell it. He's missing all that discs, and he just has to let one rip here. Just not working out for him. This angle is a little bit a peculiar one to manage. Now, usually within the East Asian region, you see these players tracing from behind the transparent glass walls and pre-firing there and then. What this region is doing, on the other hand, the Central and South Asia region, they're waiting for it to actually show up, only then start firing the barrel of the gun, and maybe by then they're a bit taken aback with the recoil.
Okay, I'm looking now at the points. Team Nepal and Team Kazakhstan really close to each other, so we could be up for a surprise here. Good Team Nepal do that comeback, because before this, they weren't at number 1 in any of the other challenges, but this could be the moment to do the comeback. But Team Kazakhstan still ahead by about 40 points. 40 points, not too much. They can still easily catch up, so there's still a lot of opportunity for Team Nepal to be the number 1 team to complete section number 3.
Section number 3 is the one to win here. That is the crucial make or break moment, and right now Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal neck and neck to each other, only differing by about 10 scores. Now turned into 20 and even 30. The gap is slowly, incrementally increasing, and Team Nepal would have to be able to catch things up if they are looking to end up in the number 1 position. But things will go on with a stalemate for a little bit here, seeing as though maybe mechanically against the other region they are less than proficient.
Well, Team Kazakhstan now, they can start the engines, but look at Team Nepal overtaking Team Kazakhstan. Only 2 points left, and now they're starting to move. Looks like Team Nepal will be the first team to complete the challenge, and definitely will secure the number 1 spot in track number 1.
They have made the first of exits, but nothing's confirmed just yet, because Team Kazakhstan has also started a move. If they were to fumble on the drive right now, that would be insanely detrimental towards their overall timings and scores. But it seems like the gap is large. No reason to assume that they would ever find themselves into the ditch or stuck somewhere by the roadside. So make a clean escape they will. That is Team Nepal.
Ooh, it looks like no mistakes for them, my friend. Unless this corner, okay, this is going to be a sharp corner. Let's see how they're going to manage this. Okay, so far so good. No fumbles. They're good. They're on the clear to be the first team to arrive on the finishing line, where they finish off, well, about 16 minutes, 45 seconds, it seems, for round number 1. For the other teams, all the other 3 teams, they are still in checkpoint number 3. Now, we have the movement here. Team Kazakhstan starting their move, so they will be the 2nd team to finish, whereas for Team Kyrgyzstan will be the 3rd team to move.
All these numbers, these finishes are happening one after another, and this is surprising because from number 1 to number 2, the gap is huge. Look at how much downtime is happening in between both these positions, between Team Nepal and Team Kazakhstan. It's an awkward silence for the time being, and let's take a look at that gap. It's at least 45 seconds more from the team on top.
45 seconds, and we're still counting to see what's the gap between number 3 and number 1 as Team Kyrgyzstan will arrive. So we have one more team to complete the challenge. That's going to be Team Uzbekistan, all for them for the taking. Only 12 points left, and they'll be on the move. They should be able to complete the challenge before the 19-minute mark.
19-minute mark is 19 too late. I don't know how to put that one in the nicest manner possible. But I think the average within the game would be around 16, 17. Now, if you come into a stumbling block, like having your car stranded by the side, unflippable, then perhaps you're looking at a 19, 20 to 23-minute mark. But if none of those freak accidents were to occur, then something needs to be trimmed down here, because that shouldn't be the average.
Now I'm trying to think, like, what's the longest timing, right? I guess it's going to be Hong Kong, China, Team Hong Kong, China. Because there was that one round they were on foot. So because of that, that costed them a lot. And it was about 20-ish minutes. Yeah, that's the longest timing so far. So considering that their current position, they should be able to arrive before at a 19-ish minute mark. Not the longest, but still it's something they really need to work on, because if we compare them with the rest, it's almost 3+ minutes difference than number 1.
Yeah, and that's 3+ minutes they will have to make up back moving on forward within the next 3 tracks here for match number 1. Definitely not setting themselves up for a more comfortable run here with the first game. But hey, maybe some people wakes up every morning asking for life to be a bit harder so they grow stronger.
Well, in order to review their gameplay, we're going to check out the IQ highlight. Thank you so much to IQ for being with us. And as we can see here, as a start, well, it's also about the level of consistency, right? Because they'll be playing 8 games back to back. And it's also about maintaining the focus. And perhaps there'll be different tracks that they're more comfortable with. And we might see a different result next. So, got to keep an open book for this.
And these are the time that has been clocked in officially here in the first track. It is Team Nepal who came out overall victorious with the 16-minute marker and 44 seconds, at par with some of the teams over in the West Asian region. 25 speed-ups. It is Team Kazakhstan and Team Uzbekistan who came in with the most of speed-ups earned, but not the first, with 17 minutes and 29 seconds and 19 minutes respectively.
And here's our FAW Audi Super A player, with Saukesh being the top scorer, 460 points for his team, Team Kazakhstan, followed by Ferno, Rules, as well as Fly. So they are the top performers. So each team has their respective top performer here. There are times where we see that like 2 athletes from the same team being up there. So at the end of the day, that top performance stat is really based on individual, not broken down in the team.
Yeah, and so that is something that they could also look forward to, and hopefully incentivizes them to perform better for the sake and benefit of their team, because that Audi Super A player will have an award ceremony sometime, maybe tomorrow, I think, given that they are playing the qualifying stage within this tournament. So tomorrow they will have the regional finals, and then that's where the awards get dispensed out.
Yeah, that's where also Sri Lanka will be waiting for them, because they qualified directly onto the finals. So that's something to look forward to as well, whether Sri Lanka can keep up to the pace as well. And for today so far, round number 1 is going to be Team Nepal. I would say it's quite a comeback from Team Nepal, because when it came to Section 1, Section 2, they weren't really like the first team to complete the challenges. So is this another team Palestine strategy of focusing onto section number 3, do well there, and just go all the way to the finish line?
Well, I would say yes, there are similarities drawn across, but perhaps no, because the big difference between that and Team Palestine is that Team Palestine absolutely destroys the rest when it comes to the checkpoint 3. This time around, it was a very neck and neck with Team Kazakhstan, so it could have gone either ways. But more games later on, but first a quick break from the both of us at Sir Cloud and Keith. We'll see you in just about a bit.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron 让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。 了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Welcome to the 2022 RDAG Regionals in Central Asia, the central region of the continent that acts as a transportation gateway between Asia and Europe. It is also the heart of the Silk Road in ancient times. Surrounded by plains and hills, Central Asia has abundant mineral resources. Central Asians have cultivated a rich and diversified culture that stems from their ancestry as steppe nomads. As esports in Central Asia continues to grow, we hope to see more tournaments held here. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. The Khan Shatter is an architectural wonder built with a distinctive neo-futuristic style, a feature often seen in Kazakh players' skills. Kyrgyzstan, known as the Water Tower of Central Asia, is well known for its honey production. Their players are ready to taste the sweetness of success. The undulating cotton fields of Uzbekistan are a sight to behold. Will esports cement its stature in another epic scene in this country? We hope Central Asian players make new acquaintances and have a great time during the 2022 RDAG Regionals.
We are back with the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, and we are jumping straight into track number 2.
Yeah, track number 2, same old story, different route, but same challenges for them to conquer. And as we saw in the previous one itself, Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal very neck and neck. And I think if I were them, I'd be kicking myself in the foot because it almost seemed like they have that victory in hand for Team Kazakhstan. They will have to maybe do things a little bit cleaner this time around to maybe perhaps get themselves that number 1 finish as expected, coming in as the potentially the fastest finish during that seeding stage.
Yeah, but then again, of course, we all know during the seeding stage, it's only one team playing without any challenges, without any other teams trying to deny the points out of them. So it's going to be a different feel when they come back and play with all the other teams. And of course, we will be skimming down the teams as this will still be the qualifier stage. Tomorrow we'll be getting the best of the best teams from this region, and that will be a bigger challenge, I must say.
Yeah, the regional finals is where they really go hand in hand against each other here. A true testament of strength. We've seen that within the East Asian region. Yesterday it was one heck of a treat, and we hope this one no lesser than that. And so that one goes down till the later stage, but first, track 2 should be on its way soon enough.
Yeah, so track number 2, just a little bit of a recap. So in track number 1, it was Team Nepal getting the number 1 spot, and where they focused on was on section number 3, similar to how Team Palestine did, but you had a different thought. But nevertheless, it was the results that show Team Nepal was the number 1 team. Coming in at second place was Team Kazakhstan, and on third place it was Team Kyrgyzstan, and on the fourth place it was Team Uzbekistan, who really need to refine how they do. And from what I observe as well, I guess it's also a lot about the traveling time, whereby we see that the teams don't cut enough corners, especially for Team Uzbekistan. So it's something that they need to work on when it comes to the next track.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, when it comes to the rotations itself, it is Team Kyrgyzstan who somewhat identify where they can try and minimize the travel distance and actually efficientize the process. But Team Nepal, they took the long way. They won with sheer firepower towards the end in checkpoint 3 itself. But if Team Nepal tries to maybe mimic those routes and apply it within themselves, no doubt they could look like a very scary competitor. I mean, just to echo on what you told me, they are a global, they are a team who has presence within the global scale.
Yeah, and I wonder, will that be like a significant advantage for them? Yeah, but of course we need more games to really see if they're able to adapt. But one thing about being active in the global scene, playing in big stages amongst the biggest teams around the world, to a certain extent you are challenged to be mechanically good or great, yeah, or even at least able to follow up to the other team. So I guess that's where they've already exercised themselves to be able to do so.
Yeah, mechanically sound. That's how they outgun the likes of Team Kazakhstan here in shooting these flying plates. Although it was very close, it was a 498 to Team Nepal's 503 towards the end there. And there were, surprisingly, after Team Nepal left their station at checkpoint, there was still some period of time being spent by Team Kazakhstan to just hit that 500 marks. So perhaps that is some sort of tell on the potential weakness coming in from the team.
Well, it's only one game. It's only one game, ladies and gentlemen. We need to look at trends as we will head on to track number 2. And will there be consistency or will there be a rise from Team Uzbekistan? We'll finish at number 4. This could be their favorite track. We don't know yet as we jump into it right now.
Yeah, we are in track number 2 with being the shortest of all the circuits here. This is where you're expecting a little bit of a lower number, perhaps within the 15-16 range minutes to complete. Should be on the acceptable side. Anything above is a little bit worrying, to say the least here. So let's see how these teams play things out right now. They have each gotten their vehicles. They have each gotten a decent amount of loots to start off with. Some scarce resources, but now they will have to jet their way into the next checkpoint in which they can have all the resources within that compound should they be the first one in.
Yeah, and for a start again, seems to be similar from before, whereby Team Nepal, oh okay, so Team Nepal is at the front. I thought the moment we saw like only 3 teams, like oh they're still way behind, but now they seem to be in the forefront for Team Nepal. And they are skidding away from the other teams. Looks like a little bit of an accident there for Team Kazakhstan. They had an accident with the cactus, I believe, and because of that, that set them back quite a bit now. And they will be at the 4th spot as of now, but it's not that far at least. So all these teams should arrive at the first checkpoint at a pretty similar time.
What's impressive?
Oh, again?
You up? More and more sloppiness has been demonstrated here within this lobby, but it is Team Uzbekistan who took somewhat of a long rotation from the first place, now finds themselves trailing behind Team Kyrgyzstan itself. Now Team Kazakhstan showing the prowess in which they have during the seeding stage, which probably could explain and justify their 14 minutes, making headway with cleaner rotations against the rest here. Meanwhile, all the rest of the teams right behind him, they will have to try and conquer some of these challenges off the terrain. Team Nepal being persuaded back by a rock on the front side.
Oh, I'm liking this. I'm liking this back and forth. It's like they're switching with each other. But that also means that every single mistake can be costly. It's not something that the teams can afford because you always want to be the team that arrives first onto the checkpoint to get yourself that advantage of hitting the ground targets. And for the rest, it's really just to follow up from there. And this is official right now that Team Kazakhstan will be the first team to arrive. So they will have a slight advantage of looting first, getting onto the ground targets first. But because the gap is not that far, all the other teams can also deny them of the points.
Deny, they will try at the very least, but Team Nepal sending their representatives straight into the area of activity, not looking to even go for these ground targets, only thinking and considering them if they are in sight and within this compound. Now, this isn't the most efficient thing I could imagine spending the 120 seconds, but perhaps they know something we don't.
Yes, I guess it's also a discovery for them, for us, and also for the other teams that will be waiting for them or even learning from these games as well. But Team Kazakhstan now having a double-digit lead, 50 points in fact. As for Team Kyrgyzstan, just only arriving on this double-digit. Team Nepal still behind. Team Uzbekistan, interestingly, no single point yet. Maybe they're focusing on the loot instead, and their main goal is just to get the main objective when it shows up.
There we go, one member from Team Kazakhstan again just raking in the points, doing pretty well within these 120 seconds. getting themselves 80, so ideally you'd like to get 100 to be able to match that one up with the East Asian region, but 80 is a good head start considering none of the other teams are halfway there. So Team Kazakhstan 115, 120 now in the score charts, the only team within the triple digits, and they're making their way to halfway through 300.
Yeah, Team Kazakhstan got a second place before this, so they'll definitely not be happy. They want to reclaim that #1 spot, take it away from Team Nepal. But if we talk about Team Nepal, well, they managed to get to the halfway mark right now. But for Team Kazakhstan, oh, wait a second, hang that thought. Team Uzbekistan actually now is at the forefront. And from behind, from the last team to arrive, they could potentially be the first team to go. But Team Kazakhstan will not go down without fight. It is neck to neck between the two teams. Both teams actually hitting the 300 mark at about the same time.
Team Kazakhstan find themselves yet again another close contender. First it was Team Nepal, now Team Uzbekistan to fill in where Team Nepal might have left off here. Neck and neck towards the end, and if Team Kazakhstan, oh, that mistake right there slowed them down a little bit, but still maintaining that lead. Now, talking about Team Kazakhstan, if they make another mistake and let Team Uzbekistan rob them from that #1 victory, they will be in a bad headspace moving into track #3, and hopefully that does not happen. They need the win right now. Team Kazakhstan, they're looking like the hardest worker in the pack.
Oh, look at this. Oh, the win. What double whammy they were talking about.
Oh, no.
So it looks like because of the vehicle stuck, it seems that they need to press the reset button for themselves. That will give them a 5-second penalty in the area. But again, another mishap here as a Team Kazakhstan looking like they were stuck. But it's, wow, okay. It's accident after accident that we're talking about. Next is going to be Team Uzbekistan are stuck at that hill.
I like what Team Kazakhstan is doing, that they actually did their homework. They made the rotations much like Team China. You don't jump off the ramp, you have to fall onto the sides and stick to the wall. And a lot of these other teams, they're making the same mistake of just jumping off and crashing down and finding themselves stuck in place, not moving on forward. And so Team Kazakhstan, you could tell that they're here to win the game. You could tell they're in it for the #1 spot, and they are right now the first team into checkpoint 2.
Oh, yes, you're absolutely right. We don't see that many teams actually deploying that sort of strategy, but I guess that's the advantage of if you're able to watch more games, then you'll be able to learn off other teams as well, and it seems to be working out for them. The most efficient route allows them to be the first team to arrive in this checkpoint. Now a little bit of a tumble there for Team Kazakhstan, but it's going to be okay. But Team Uzbekistan, this pretty much a comeback for them. Section #1, they were the last team to arrive, but now section #2, the first team.
Right now, looking at Team Nepal, the team who was the #1 spot winner previously, trailing from behind. Now, this isn't so scary to think about because they were within the last place earlier on, but made the difference when it comes to checkpoint #3. Now, can they do that one again? We'll have to see because the amount of collision that they've undertaken, a little bit unnecessary and a little bit too haphazard, and they already right now had to expunge one reset, which is going to cost them a minimum of 5 seconds at the very least.
Yes, 5 seconds could prove hefty there. But as Team Nepal arrives, the countdown starts. Team Nepal has no time to loot, no time to get the ground targets. They have to focus onto the main objective now because they still need to come back. They're still at a single digit with only 2 points. But because they don't have enough time to loot, meaning that ammunition may not be on their side, irregardless, they still need to loot up, hence losing points to the other teams.
Once again, that story of a close call streamlines their way here into checkpoint #2. Uzbekistan and Team Kazakhstan, very marginal difference unless Team Kyrgyzstan has got something to say about it. Moving on, rising up above second place here, 181 to the 194 here of Uzbekistan. It is Team Kyrgyzstan who now leads the pack way past the halfway point, looking to farm in the next 150 pointers to maybe end this charade.
Oh, Team Nepal, despite them getting the #1 spot now, their second time to get a #1 could be in jeopardy the fact that they are still way behind, not even hitting the 100 mark just yet. But for Team Kazakhstan, Team Uzbekistan, and Team Kazakhstan, very close to each other. It's still anyone's game to be the first team to leave this section.
Anyone's game indeed, and Team Kazakhstan, they want it to be their game. They have held the lead for the longest of time. Surely, when it came down to target practice, they cannot look to slack off, because that is going to make an even bigger dent comes checkpoint number 3. And I do recall one of the players during the interview said that what differs Team Kazakhstan towards the rest within this entire region was that their aim should be in a higher level.
Oh, that's a very interesting statement there. So we'll be looking to see if they can maintain the level of consistency, because when we talk about aim, it's also about like, can you keep focus? Can you keep focus not only throughout the game, but throughout the entire qualifier series? Because fatigue could kick in at some point, and that could also dissolve your vision as you try to keep focus to hit the targets.
Now, Team Uzbekistan, surprisingly, is the one to make it first mover into the next checkpoint here, followed by, naturally, Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan themselves. So 3 teams has already made it onto the next one. Meanwhile, Team Nepal, the supposed champion here in the first track, finds their way struggling within that checkpoint itself. Oh, and talking about struggle, that's one more again from Team Kyrgyzstan. I guess if you could draw a trend line of conclusion within this region here, I think they need to really polish up in the rotations within the map.
Yeah, based on the observations, it does look like that is the case. There are many times that we have seen that teams actually fumble when they drive. Oh, okay. Is that the wrong way? Circling around? All right. I guess he was trying to hit that one more boosted target just to give themselves that advantage. But because of that, they trade off the amount of time. So I'm not sure if that's going to be worth it, though.
It's actually the angular approach. They missed the beach flag, and they had to turn around just to qualify for the next flag itself. And so, again, like what I'm saying, it seems like when it comes to this region, the Central and South Asia, their rotations needs to be polished even further, because if you're going to expect to shave off a lot of time, it should be from this.
Yeah, I think this is rather costly though, and it's like across the teams, right? It's not like only one team but across, so it's something that they will need to refine as we have another 6 more tracks at least to play. But now all the teams have arrived into section number 3, and this will be the main section, and this is normally the section where we'll see a differentiator between the last place and also the first place, and basically this is also the comeback section for these teams.
This is it. Team Nepal, they found themselves back to number 1 because of this section itself, or this checkpoint in which you have to hit the flying moving objects, and so they could look to do that one again, but with Nepal's strategy, none of them seems to care for the building up an initial lead with the ground targets itself and relying so heavily on this challenge. Now we will see if that is going to pay out dearly for them, as the challenge has begun with Team Kazakhstan having a 46 hit start.
All right, looks like all these teams positioning themselves in the front of the objective. Anything going behind? I do see a movement on the other side. I believe it's from Team Nepal, going to take an off angle onto the main objective. But is that going to work for them? Because right now, it's not a matter of experimentation for Team Nepal, because they're still at a single digit.
Single digits. They now hitting the double and hopefully the quadruple here, because they will have to pull a hefty amount of load just to carry their way through and up the ranks before then the counter hits up to the 500. So fortunately, they do have time, but it's going to take so much more accuracy and consistency in hitting those marks before that timer runs out.
Well, Team Uzbekistan doing not too bad this time, looking to recover from that disappointing track number 1 of a 4th place finish, and this time not too far away from Team Kazakhstan, who is currently holding the lead with about 178 points. but they're still not at the halfway mark yet, meaning that there's still enough room for the likes of Team Uzbekistan to actually chase back and be the first team to leave this section.
Trying to be the first team to leave, but Team Kyrgyzstan just says no, can do here. Another one who might just be the top contender towards the #1 spot. Right now, consistent across the board is the three Team Kyrgyzstan, Team Kazakhstan, and Team Uzbekistan here. Any one of them could look to make it to #1, and it goes down to the marginal difference that they draw. Kyrgyzstan with 238, Kazakhstan with now just taking the lead at 256, but still not in comfortable position to confidently secure that 500 points.
Oh, and with the gap now being there, Team Nepal, what are they going to do? Are they going to let go of that #1 spot that they got from the previous track? Looks like Team Nepal will need to work out something different now. Yes, they are closing the gap, they're closing the margin, but we are comparing them with the #1 team. Team Kyrgyzstan has about 80-point gap between them as well as Team Nepal. So it's something they need to catch up on, but they seem to be closing the numbers now. They're catching up. Team Nepal, already a 60-point gap.
Team Nepal, this is where they are now looking like the previous region in the West region. Team Palestine, who has been showing absolute dominance within this last circuit, this last checkpoint. They looking like they might be able to close the gap here, especially with still about 150 more on average for all the top three teams above. The gap is not impossible for the likes of Team Nepal, and I see members of Team Nepal already leaving this the entire podium to perhaps go loot up for their allies and maybe scoured out some of the ground targets. But 322, all second to fourth place, playing within the 300 zone, and it's just a matter of time before they bypass.
Yeah, anticipating your ammunition is important as well. Reserving your ammunition, making it efficient to hit as many targets as possible is important. If you run out of ammunition, you need to do exactly what they did earlier on, is to get down to the buildings, to reload, to reloot your ammunition, and that's going to be costly in terms of time. But looks like the first team to complete the challenge is very likely to be Team Kazakhstan. Only 4 points left, and yes, they will move on to the finish line.
Team Kazakhstan with resilient and very, very headstrong effort and attitude here will finally get themselves that first ticket out of this checkpoint. They've been denied before by the likes of Team Nepal, but it is them who's leaving Team Nepal in the dust here in track #2 as they speed their way towards that finishing line.
There you go, unchallenged, unfazed by the other teams. They will claim the #1 spot for Team Kazakhstan. Before this, they were at second place, so it's an improvement for them in this round. And time is locked in at about 60 minutes, 46 seconds in this track.
Well, a well-performed track circuit, I would say. Could have been a little bit lower, but that was the benchmark we were looking for, 15 to the 16 mark for at least this region to perhaps qualify for and set themselves up for faster tracks comes to when they have to fight against the other regions.
Okay, so we'll be locking in the next timing very, very soon. Let's check out the difference in the official time. Will be 34 seconds difference between Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan. Now next following up will be Team Uzbekistan, who got a 4th place finish before this. This time it's going to be a 3rd place finish, so a slight improvement there. But following up to them is going to be Team Nepal, falling from grace, #1 before this, and now the 4th place for track #2.
Fall from first to last. It seems like the tables have turned here and nothing is forever within the Central and South Asia region. Very volatile across the board. You can see that their power is matched across majority of the teams. And so Team Nepal, I would also argue that they were only behind because of a little bit of a freak accident that happened earlier on. If they polish their rotations, I don't think this is going to be the same outcome.
Yeah, because like #3 and #4, actually they're not too much of a difference. So like what you said, if they're able to polish like the driving routes or even as simple as not tumbling, well, it's simple for us to say it, but of course I know it's hard to do. Then there'll definitely be at least maybe third place or maybe even better second place.
Yeah, it's all the miniature things that do matter here in an efficiency game for the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. As you can see, a lot of these other teams also suffer the same tumbleweed in their driving and rotations across checkpoints. But let's take a look at the IQ highlights. Some of these shots that are coming out from these teams here, I would say in terms of firepower, they're all equally matched across the board here, especially the top 3 teams during this track.
And interestingly, for the speed ups, it's actually Team Kyrgyzstan with the most speed ups, 33, 10 more than the number 1 team. But the team that got a decent number of speed ups is Team Nepal, 28 at 4th place, meaning that it's about the efficiency of using the routes and cutting the right corners.
Cutting corners is something they have to get used to here in order to shave some of the times off, especially Team Nepal. They have to, right now in terms of rotation, Team Kazakhstan seemingly understands the game the best, learning from the likes of Team China itself. And for the Audi Super 8 player across the scene, these are potential winners later on tomorrow when it comes to the regional finals. That's where they will be awarded the MVP award.
And in summary, as of the 2 tracks that we've seen, there's no one team that just goes all the way yet. They're like pretty close to each other. So really anything can happen, and it's hard to tell based on the 2 tracks who will move on to the next run and who will be eliminated. So it's still up for us to really still analyze the games coming forth.
But some simple conclusions can be made though, and that is Team Kazakhstan seemingly within the seeding group stage looking like the best out of the 3 or out of the 4 with the 14-minute finish, although different format, but you can see it here again, very consistent. Number 2 finish in track 1, number 1 finish in track number 2. And referee notice right now from Team Kyrgyzstan, in fact, Flyaki, Zarike and Shahaz. And also, the one from Uzbekistan, it's Dino, for unauthorizingly leaving the game during the first game of PUBG Mobile. So make sure to, adhere to the rules, guys. Really, it doesn't do me any justice to be reading your names out this way, but hey, we're obliged to. Now, more games to be played, 2 more within this first set. A quick break is in place. This is Sir Cloud. Keith, I'll see you in just about a bit.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
And we back. That's what we hear all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with me, Sir Cloud, as well as my wonderful buddy here, Keith. And my oh my, we still can't really see a trend of who can dominate this region.
But looking like it's heavily sided on the side of Team Kazakhstan, at least for the first two tracks here with a first and second finish. But before we get into it any more further, a quick notice from the referee. Caution to Kyrgyzstan member Fly for shooting violation in the second game. I wonder what that might be. We do not have the details specifically further, but just a word of advice, maybe not violate the gun laws here. And also, we're doing this to ensure that this entire tournament is executed in the most mannerful way with respect and ethics and fair play and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and of course, the people working hard behind the scenes to ensure this goes smoothly. Thank you so much to the production team, to the refereeing team, and everyone else behind the scenes, even the teams themselves, the management, the coaches, to ensure that we all have a smooth show. And it's been a great show so far. I'm really enjoying what we've been seeing for the past few days, and I'm sure that we'll enjoy the next few days as well as we head on to track number 3, a whole new track for all 4 of these teams to be playing against each other.
Playing against each other, that is the name of the game here when it comes to competitions. Road to Asian Games 2022. Just to address the elephant in the room, it's not 2022 because we're back in time. It's 2022 because it was long overdue from a postponed event last year. And so we finally get to see it in front of our eyes, and we are not going to hold you back any further because track number 3 is on the go.
Yes, here we go, on the go, track number 3. It is it as we head on to the game. So far, no real trends yet, but the trend is definitely going to be the sequence of the tracks. For this track, it's going to start in Los Higos. We're going to end around the areas of water treatment. As usual, going to be the 3 checkpoints that the teams will need to go through. But so far, for what we see from this region, it's not about the checkpoints. It's about the route. And they need to find ways to ensure that they have a smooth journey in between the checkpoints, as the teams will start off right now going on from the starting line. And at the forefront, we have 3 teams, 1 team left behind. Oh, not really left behind, but actually Team Kazakhstan is in front of everyone else.
Yeah, they're holding the lead for the time being here, but it is still very, very close from second place onwards. It's anyone's game, and we all know that for this region, the driving is not really the cleanest, and that could also add a new layer of competition, because that could be that could very well be the factor in which these teams can capitalize and maybe look to make headways within this position and moving on to the checkpoints and giving themselves their head start. So right now, Team Uzbekistan in purple falling behind, Team Kazakhstan in red leading the pack. In between, interchangeable. There is some sort of a commotion happening in the mini-map. It seems like some of these teams who had a spin out. Their car lost a little bit, lost control, and maybe is twirling a little bit.
Oh, again, costly time there. If that happens, allowing the other teams to actually overtake each other. And it looks like it's going to be Team Uzbekistan again still behind. Probably a tumble was onto them. But oh, interestingly, Team Kazakhstan taking a different strategy as what we normally see. Not using the ramp this time. So it's probably something that they're comfortable with. Probably something that they know that they've found out to be a better route.
Yeah, you know what they say, when you're in front, you don't want to risk things and, you know, lose the lead just like that. And so they took the safest of path here, understanding that it's not going to be too advantage, even if they accomplish that jump right there. The rest of the teams would still be able to catch up and capitalize on that township itself. So a very safe choice, and that could be a good choice moving on forward to securing themselves and potentially a lead into the #1 spot.
Okay, now all the teams will arrive onto the first checkpoint. So this is where we can see teams starting to gather our pre-points before the main objective. Based on the trend for this region, none of the teams start off with 100+ points before the main objective comes. It hovers around the 50, 60 point mark, and that's about it. That seems to be a trend. So if we were to talk about like efficiency versus other regions, there is still room for improvement on how they start off.
Talking about improvements, it seems like Team Kazakhstan again just outshowing the competition. They just know what to do or know what objectives to hit within these checkpoints. They really have done their homework, studying from the greats, the likes of Team China themselves. They're trying to get the points in to maybe make headway of 100 pointers before this activity begins. They haven't been successfully able to do so previously, at least not in track number 1. Hopefully they can get it this time around, only halfway there, and that would, well, you know, put themselves up for a greater success. But alas, they failed to hit that 100 lead mark, but 50 is still something in the bag.
Okay, coming on to the main objective, the 4-colored panel. Every team will take their own side, and now they will try to get as many points as possible in the shortest time in order for them to be able to leave this first section. Team Kazakhstan is leading the pack, but for Team Nepal, well, they're looking to recover from whatever happened in the previous track, because they started off really well in the day as a first place finisher, but from the previous track it was a 4th place finish for them. This time around it's all about redemption.
Yeah, redemption arc 1 for Nepal. You do not want to find yourself down in the bottom. That one positioning in the last place in the previous track must have hit them dearly in terms of their standings. Right now, Team Kazakhstan is the first with the 300. That means they yet again will have their chance to make their way onto the next checkpoints ahead of the others. Already onboarded, evacuation is in place. Already heading towards these arches, and that will register them as the first team to reach stage 2.
Although Team Kazakhstan is in front, but for Team Nepal, not too far away, only 4 seconds difference, but okay, we saw that. An overshot allowing Team Nepal to take advantage of it, and that could be costly for them. They try to cut corners, they manage to cut the first corner, overtaking again their lead over Team Nepal. And now they're back on that throne, but Team Nepal trailing behind. Another mistake, and Team Nepal can take advantage.
And this is what I mean by Team Kazakhstan compared to Team Nepal. Team Kazakhstan really knows how to rotate much better and cleaner, and that's exactly how they're winning against the likes of Team Nepal. Kazakhstan studying from the rotations of Team China.
And Team Nepal, during the ramp, unfortunately, they didn't manage to boost themselves, not giving them enough elevation, enough momentum to overcome all the other obstacles coming on the other side. So that opportunity was taken by Team Kazakhstan, and now they're back with their comfortable lead in front.
So they will maintain the lead. Team Kazakhstan looking like the first again to enter the checkpoint number 2. But down in the bottom here, it's Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Uzbekistan just trying to pretty much keep up with the likes of these two, who's just zooming through the entire course. Team Kazakhstan just inches away now from actually registering as the first team to head into the checkpoint and start that 120 seconds countdown.
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, this one corner. But no pressure onto them, no one's behind them, and they will smoothly corner. I worry about the last two teams though, because they're so close to each other, and sometimes it's about the pressure of you able to see your opponent, like he's just right in front of you. And it takes only a little bit more for you to overtake them, but oh no! Speaking about overtake, looks like it's going to be a disaster for Team Kazakhstan.
Team Kyrgyzstan finds their car tumbled and would probably need to hit the reset button. Surely they're lingering a little too long on that car. They need to hit that button there and then and now if they want to pretty much make some headway back into the game. Team Uzbekistan will bypass them and probably capitalize on this situation to ensure that they will secure themselves at least a 3rd place finish on a minimum.
Oh, look at the gap now. Unfortunately, they seem to be not moving just yet. I guess they're still figuring out, like, okay, what do we do? Do we want to penalize ourselves, or is there a different way that we can save the timing? But look at the current condition. I guess it's a must for them to press the reset button.
If I would have just used the reset button. It's 5 seconds. It's not that much of a penalty here. And now you've essentially already wasted 5 seconds just staring at it, thinking that they could flip one over. Unless, of course, they did not do the due diligence to pretty much figure out how to flip the cars themselves. But no more attention on them. Oh, they actually got the car reset and is moving, it seems. Can they make it within time here? Because that activity 2 has already begun. The countdown is out. Retractable target now in play.
Okay, so now they're on the move. But by the time they arrive, probably like Team Nepal would have been 50% done by then. Team Nepal now is already 1/4 of completing the challenge. Man, this leaves them way, way behind. So I guess for them to get the #1 spot looks like it's going to be a tough situation. But for them to catch up to maybe number 3 at least, still doable perhaps.
And this is what's impressive about Team Nepal. Their mechanics is known through and through as a team who's got presence within the main version globally. You can see that they know how to handle the crosshairs right, already raking in the 285 pointers. But Team Kazakhstan, they are not making it easy for them. 255 to the 290, now 300 on Team Nepal. Very close calls here. 400 is only by the horizon, differing by 20 points between #1 and #2.
Oh, it's neck to neck with Team Kazakhstan now between them. And it could be any other team. It could be either one of them right now to finish this challenge first. So it's going to be 10 more points left. And Team Nepal officially will be the first team to complete section number 2. They will be on their way. As for Team Kazakhstan, looking like to be the second team to complete this challenge. So now this is going to open up a huge gap between the number 3 and number 4 team.
Same time they finish, it seems, with a little bit going to the way of Team Nepal first. But now Team Kazakhstan, this is where I say they can make a difference. Because Team Kazakhstan, remember, their forte against the rest of this lobby is that they understand the rotation much better than the likes of even Team Nepal themselves. So if they can look to make and close that gap, that would be very beneficial for the side of Team Kazakhstan.
As long as they don't tumble anywhere. Okay, so there's going to be quite a terrain here. Let's see if they can make it smooth. And looks like it's okay. But a little bit of a slowdown there as they try to land. I guess they didn't manage to hit the boosters at the right moment. But nevertheless, they are still at the forefront. But when it comes to comparing themselves with the other regions that we have seen, the booster needs to be used at the right timing, especially on the ramps. But no, another accident.
As I mentioned, not really the cleanest. That's going to be time for the likes of Team Kazakhstan to close in that gap. And just because they hit that wall, they also lose the momentum speed here. And that's not going to give them the propulsion they would have expected coming in from this high ground. So Team Kazakhstan finds their way through nice and easy. But it is Team Nepal who's just ramboing through the rest of the obstacles here.
Yeah, so far they're in the clear. Don't expect much competition for them to arrive onto the final checkpoint. And at the same time, the speed up targets it's well for Uzbekistan. I noticed the meter for Uzbekistan starting to go up, meaning that for Uzbekistan, they have completed the second checkpoint challenge and now they're leaving the second checkpoint on their way. Nice to see that Team Uzbekistan is able to catch up so far despite them losing a lot of time between checkpoint number 1 and checkpoint number 2.
Talking about checkpoints here, look at that. Finally, they're trying to do it as efficiently as possible. And these two teams going through beach flags the best way they could. But to what avail here, they will find themselves arriving towards this next checkpoint already. This is where things will be on a make and break basis. Who's going to get the lead? Who's going to get the ground targets before the likes of the rest of the teams here, and who's going to take that resources for themselves.
All right, so the first two teams have arrived, but for the other two teams still making their way, still trying to catch up onto each other to get to checkpoint number 3. But look at the gap at this point. It does look like by the time they arrive, they won't have any ground targets, or maybe even worse, like the ground targets won't matter anymore because everyone will be focusing on the main objective.
The main objectives happening in still, I think, at least 80 seconds here. So they don't have to worry too much about that for the time being. But talking about things to not worry about, initially was Team Kyrgyzstan, but now that they've gotten their reset, it's Team Uzbekistan who now has to pretty much turn on the pace here and amp things up, because Team Kyrgyzstan is only behind them by a slight margin, and the both of them has yet to even begun point number 3.
Oh, I noticed that Team Uzbekistan, again, another sticky situation for them. And this is going to cost a lot more time now that the main objective is starting. And Team Nepal, being a team with a lot of experience playing in the global stages for the main version, they're showing the mechanical experience. Now, this is where the shooting will be tested, how they track the targets, and looking well for them so far. At the same time, they'll be motivated to reclaim back the #1 spot in which they lost from the previous round.
Trying to be back on top here, that is one impressive feat. You know what they say, winning is easy, maintaining that lead is when it gets hard, and right now they're looking to confirm that even more here with 140, the only group, the only team within this lobby with a triple-digit score points, and they're nearly even breaking 2/3 of this entire score.
Interestingly, for Team Nepal, being a team that is at #1 now with quite a significant gap, they are opening up the areas, they're opening up the space, sending one athlete behind to shoot from another angle. So it's a different strategy still deployed by them. But for this one athlete from Team Kazakhstan, he's probably shooting oh, we just got information that Team Kazakhstan is out of gas.
So mismanagement of resources right there, and then this is just the worst way to go. Now, if you are Team Kazakhstan, you wanted to maintain your lead. You were up there with the top 2 divisions. All you had to do was make sure everything goes on right, but they bit more than they can chew, and now they are running on empty.
Oh no, this is bad news for them. We saw what happened to Hong Kong, China the other day. If you're out of gas and you have to run, despite you having an okay lead, it's easy for the other teams to catch up.
At this rate, they are only in checkpoint 3 here, and they ran out of gas, which means it's a long run, by the way, on the way to the finish line here. You could already expect them to perhaps make a 25-minute run in this case, just to finish the game.
Ooh, it's tough. And on top of that, they still need to complete this challenge. At least for the example of Hong Kong, China, they completed the challenge before they ran out of gas. So for the time to take to complete the challenge, plus running, we could be looking at another 20 minutes. Or maybe even more.
Maybe they won't even complete this game before the 30-minute mark. That's looking very possible right now, because I can tell you straight up, just to rotate inside this checkpoint is going to cost them their time. And they're at 300 and 500 already. And soon, when they are low on the resources, they will have to walk their way into houses and walk their way back onto this podium.
Oh no, this is a disaster for them. But nevertheless, it is not a disaster for Team Nepal. Now that they're on the verge of hitting the 500 mark and being the first team to leave section number 3, it is now Team Nepal who will reclaim that throne to sit back on the podium spot at the #1, at the top of the hill. And Team Nepal is back on track.
And they're reclaiming it in style, in absolute style here, because they were up against a team who was neck and neck with them. Now, Team Nepal was denied and had a last place finish previously, but this is one way to pretty much elevate themselves and assert their dominance within the map. Now nobody has the upper advantage. The lead has been neutralized due to the mismanagement of resources.
And who needs speed up targets if you're Team Nepal? Only 21 as of the last stat that we saw. It's half of Team Kazakhstan. So with that being said, it's a matter of them finding the most efficient route to go in, even without depending on the boost. But okay, just as when I was trying to up them, that just had to happen.
And this is the craziest thing, right? Because if Team Kazakhstan just played their, just managed things a bit more resourcefully, at best they end up in second place, which would still put them in the lead, because remember, Team Nepal finished last in the previous round, so they took higher time than a second place finish. But because of this, that immediately negates any potential lead for the side of Team Kazakhstan.
True enough. But if you guys think about it, it's not only about the placement per track, it's also about the total time collected. Can you imagine that they were doing decently before this? Like Team Kazakhstan, number 2, then number 1. But because of this, like this drags the average time like a lot. So if we were to tabulate the average time, maybe even like the current last place team is already above them.
Which is exactly my point, right? If they had finished this one in second place, they would still be in a better position because they finished second, which means their time isn't too far from what the average would have hit comparatively to Team Nepal's last place finish in a previous round, because they definitely consumed some time. I believe Team Nepal took 17 minutes in a previous round.
Ooh, if 17 minutes. Now we're already at 18, coming close to 19 minutes. I mean, it's definitely going to be more than 20 minutes, considering that they still need to run from the start of section number 3 to the end. Adding all that up, I don't know, 22, 23 minutes perhaps.
I don't think they're even going to make it, to be honest. I think even running, these are not near locations. They're actually pretty far apart. We're looking at vehicles, and that's even quite some travel distance that needs to be made.
Oh yeah, on top of that as well, all 4 of them will need to cross the finishing line.
Yeah.
So there was some athletes left behind still, because Uzbekistan is still collecting points. So I don't know. I don't know how many are still left there. Okay, all right. Oh, wait a second.
Whoa, they found a way to game the system, and that is by hitching a ride onto the top side of these cars. This is some clever play coming up from them. Very resourceful. I'm pretty sure the rulebook has not seen this thing coming.
I mean, this is sportsmanship, all right?
This is fair. I think it's fair game. They thought about it.
Well, sportsmanship at its best. I mean, it's all about sportsmanship, all about like uniting people. I guess it's a good example.
This is amazing. I did not expect this one to happen. Now I'm all on smiles. I had the thought of like maybe hopping onto another person's car and vehicle, but this is where they'll fall off though.
Oh,
it's an entire jump. Would they? They do!
Oh, they do! But at least they got half the journey covered.
It's confirmed there is no fall damage, and it's still fair game. I don't think they should be penalized for this. Because number one, I'm pretty sure the rulebook didn't see this one coming. Number two, they still have members who fell off from the car, so they still cannot register legally as crossing that checkpoint.
True, because you need to have all 4 of them
exactly.
there.
So there's no foul here, I feel.
All right. So, are we going to see the first maximizing of time? Like 30 minutes gone. Like, does it take them 9 minutes to run to the finish line?
Potentially, I think. Look at the map. All that distance, and they're still there. They're just left the checkpoint. They just only left the checkpoint because this one member wasn't on that car ride.
Yeah.
So they literally just left the checkpoint here. And to put that into perspective and scale, they're not going to make it within 9 minutes.
Oh, I mean, if it's a 30-minute thing, it's going to be the first time.
This is going to be it. I mean, that does not include penalty and foul.
Yeah, let's put that aside, yeah. My, oh my. I mean, I think at this point, like while they run, they can start to discuss what they want to have for lunch. Hey, what do you want to do tonight?
Unfortunately, they just ate, so probably they're not even having that discussion right now. It's just awkward across the board here, across the comms team.
I am absolutely lost for words right now. But this is also a learning, right? Like, the management of fuel for the vehicle is very important. And just for the benefit of our audience as well, every time they use the speed up targets, it actually consumes more fuel. So it's not a free pass. So they need to kind of like make that micro calculation to figure out like how many speed up targets can we afford versus how much fuel we have.
Yeah, clearly they didn't put that one into factor. They just wanted to boost on forward. And I don't even know why. That was... They still had to go through checkpoint 3. Even if they reach checkpoint 3 as the first, that does not confirm you to perform well in checkpoint 3 itself. You might as well walk away potentially second place.
True. Actually, they were doing pretty okay. Yeah, pretty okay. But I don't know. Maybe is it the driver forgot his role? Because can you imagine, like, the driver is only that one person. Like all the others will be like busy shooting stuff, scouting for ammo and all that. So the driver just forgot. No one is there to actually remind him because everyone's busy doing their own thing.
Then that is the driver's problem because...
I mean, I'm just theorizing.
Yeah,
right?
because you shouldn't need to be reminded, get your head in the game, right? So all 3 members has crossed the line, but because this one member is here, that's still fair game. And, oh man, there's no way you're gaming the system. Already 23 minutes, going to 24, and look at where he is in that minimap. Barely even made a descent forward. He's not even halfway through.
Someone get in a skateboard at least. Get in a skateboard, guys. I mean, he needs it. He'll be tired by the end of the run. This is like an entire marathon.
The question is this.
Right.
Are there beach flags in between?
Oh.
If there are, then he has to abide by the entire course as well, and he can't take a displacement shortcut.
True. I'm trying to think, right? I think, as far as I remember, I think there are no beach flags like towards the end, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. So, but you're right. If there is, then, well, you still need to go through like all around and not go straight. But okay, at least now, I think this is the answer, right? Like, there's no beach flag.
Oh.
So all he needs to do is just run straight to the finish line. His teammates are like just shooting and just like, dude, why are you doing this? Dude, we're all waiting for you, dude.
Wait, so... Okay, so I was mistaken.
All right.
The minimap isn't representative of where they are. It's where their vehicles are at.
Ah, yes.
So why is there a blue vehicle also in checkpoint 3?
Well, I guess we'll find it out later.
Don't ask, don't tell, they say.
Yeah.
But he's made it here. What an absolute champ. 25th minute. He didn't give up. Playing Rocky as well, doing the air punches. And celebrated with an honorable shot to the skies here.
Well, I have a good news for Team Kazakhstan. It's not a 30-minute game for them.
But at the same time, I mean, they put up a show. There's nothing I could complain about. But remember, we are at the qualifying stage, which means one team could potentially walk away eliminated, and they would hate it to beat them if they were to bow out because of this.
Dude, I'm liking this side, right? Like, they're like cheering for each other. It's like giving the thumbs up. Like, hey, you know what? You know, good job, guys. Good job. You know, whatever it is. Great work, great effort. And this is the sportsmanship, right, that we look forward to, especially that this is the road to Asian Games. It's all about gathering countries or teams or communities together to have a good time.
It's a good time indeed. I smiled because that really did break against the the monotony of the entire track series. I mean, we've gone through a lot, and so to have something so unique and different at display, look at that. Oh, he jumped out. He could have gone on with the rest and actually make things a wee bit faster.
Because he didn't do the Superman. He didn't like lie down.
Maybe
if he did, he had more grip. Yeah. Oh, man. Dude.
There you
go. It was you.
Every one of them. I really wish they walk away scathe free because they got punished enough, right? It's no harm, no foul. They didn't cause any other team a detriment and a negative impact. So hopefully so, but it's not my decision to decide. Here, check out the results of the overall. Team Nepal claiming back number 1 at 17 minutes 42 seconds. Kyrgyzstan in number 2 at 19, but it is the ultimate 25 minutes coming out from Team Kazakhstan.
And the award for the FAW Audi Super A player, goes to Kiki with a 537 score, and followed by the other Soundcash. We got Zeri, we got Shahas. They are all up here representing their own team. No overlapping of teams so far for this time around, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is done with track number 3. Arguably one of the most entertaining ones.
Yeah, that was fun to watch, right? The possibilities of things happening. Now you start thinking what's going to happen as the repercussions of that sort of movements. I really hope nothing happens that's detrimental happens. Maybe let them off with a warning if you really have to, because ultimately nobody come out a loser in that outcome, right? The real victims here is still Team Kazakhstan, because they didn't have. Now they have 25 minutes added onto their timer.
But you know what? The moral of the story, they help each other, they gave thumbs up, they were cheering for each other. I mean, that is something positive that we can take from this round, right? So honestly, even as a viewer, I'm really happy to see this sort of sides.
Yeah, because it's smart. It's smart play. I thought about it, but then I, did second guess that sort of decision, because I'm afraid that I might say things that are a little bit unpleasant. But hey, seeing the morale within the room when you look at the POV cam, everyone's all smiles. I think that it's a great way to kick off, at least for the first match here in the qualifying stage for the Central and South Asia region.
And of course for all of us as well, we wouldn't know if it's mechanically possible in-game.
That's true.
Yeah, so
it was an experiment.
I think it was a total experiment. It's like, hey, and credits to whoever who thought about that, right? Like, hey, why don't we try and say, yeah, who has thought about that? And they just try and somewhat work, except for that last guy though.
Yeah,
if
he jumped off, to be honest.
Yeah.
If anything, his teammates should be, a little bit angry about him, because he could have been at least making it halfway through if he hitched in with the rest. I think he felt a little bit guilty there. That's why he hopped off.
And now it makes me wonder, what happens if, let's say, all 4 or 8 of them on a single car and they cross the line at the same time? Like, who wins?
That's correct. I want to know now. Now I want to know. Yeah, that actually makes sense.
Like, maybe the driver or whoever who's like have that little tip at the front?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
But if that's the case, then for sure, it will still favor the team within the car. Because look at the animation mechanics. When you're on the car, you get dragged back. You were still sticking by an invisible line, but I'm sure they're going to register the entry of the drivers themselves first.
Okay. Very logical answer. I like that. We like to make logic out of things, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking about logic, it is logical for us to get onto track number 4. So as you've seen earlier on, it's the explanation. It's going to be the same checkpoints. It's just that it's a slightly different route. So it's more of the route that the teams will need to adapt to. Well, technically checkpoints as well, because it's a different compound just with the same objective.
Yeah, but for this specific region of Central and South Asia, huge emphasis in the rotations. Look, we've played 3 tracks now, and 3 tracks are all determined by the rotation. How clean it is, how many stumble blocks that these teams go through, and even just now, not mismanaging their resources during those travels is exactly what caused an outcome, right? And even before that track itself, it was Team Nepal who, pretty much mishandled their vehicle, and what caused them to fall in the last place. So the theme for this region has always been a huge emphasis in the way they rotate.
Yeah, other than that, when it comes to the checkpoint, they do okay.
Neck to neck.
Yeah, neck to neck.
All 3 teams.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I think for any of the coaches or the management team who wants to go back to the drawing board later tonight and just rework their stuff in preparation for the finals, that is something that they'll be definitely looking forward to. And I guess to a certain extent, it is doable on their own as well, because if they don't want to use this game version to practice, they can also use the regular game version, get into the training ground and also practice like driving through slopes and all that.
That's correct. Let's all smile across these faces here. That's the most important thing, especially in a competitive landscape. Waved upon the screen too. Well, if only we could wave back, but they cannot see us as we see them. If that sounds as creepy as it can get.
Well, okay, from our seat here to the backstage where the players are at, we can hear their cheers.
That's
I
true.
noticed that. Like everyone's genuinely having a good time. So I guess the vibes for this region is all about positiveness. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Like for the other regions, maybe some of them are like, oh, we're here to win. We're serious. We don't talk to anyone else. We focus on ourselves. But here it's like, you know what? It's all good fun and games.
And I like that because it's, let's be honest, if I were to put it as frankly as possible, this region, they're not the most prominent or at least a synonymous to the name of esports, and I guess that's why the community is a bit more lackluster, a bit more chill. They're not too competitive yet, you know, as compared to maybe Southeast Asia where mobile gaming is like giants, right? So that's why the positive attitude is shared across all, and I hope they keep this one going as we move into the final track of the first set of match.
Oh, I'm liking the vibes already coming in from the teams in this region. Let's go! Before we wrap up the first set of games, the first set of tracks, as they will drop into Toria Humada, making their way onto the first checkpoint, which is San Martin, and then to Impala, and then to El Azhar, finishing off in Campo Militar.
So right now, we do not know who is in number one because it seemed like Team Kazakhstan had the chance, but after that stunt previously, maybe we have to rethink on that sort of decision here. In blue this time round is going to be Team Nepal, and in red, Team Kazakhstan remains that badge, going head-to-head with each other, and going in purple is going to be Team Uzbekistan, and finally, Team Kyrgyzstan on the yellow.
Yeah, and so definitely for Team Kazakhstan, they'll be looking to recover themselves this time. So far, a decent start for all of them. Everyone's really close to each other, but like what you said, for this region, it's all about the driving. That's the main differentiator now as compared to the other regions. It's something they need to work on, but so far, at least for the first stretch, it's looking okay so far. But I think for the biggest challenge for this track is definitely going to be between Section 1 and Section 2. It's not only the longest section, but there's also quite a curve somewhere in the middle for them to adjust themselves.
Adjusting themselves, refining, retuning. You could use all the jargons in the world, but it all has to result to a faster track here. Right now, Team Nepal again going away with that lead, and now Team Kazakhstan trailing behind Kyrgyzstan, not taking over each other just yet. However, now that the gradients is in play, I feel a mistake is bound to happen to one of these teams.
Ooh, okay, you don't say. Skimming past by.
I told you so.
Man, that's like, that feels like a spoiler, you know?
Well, I'm glad I got that one right. And so a little bit of a hindrance towards the team in the top end. That would be Team Nepal. And
another one.
Yeah, immediately. The team in yellow, Team Kyrgyzstan, nearly had a chance to cut over, but because of the way they took on the fall from the high grounds, they will also be held back.
You know what? This is arguably the noisiest bunch. Like from the player area, we could hear them like giving all those expressions like, oh, having a good time. They're probably teasing each other as well.
Yeah, that happens very often here. In case you've never been to an esports event before, so the player booth will be right next to each other. So every cheers and frustrations is shared across the entire hall here.
Good fun at the end of the day. But now it's back to business. Which team can collect the most points, the fastest to reach the 300-point mark? Team Nepal still showing the mechanical prowess to be able to collect the most points as of now. As for Team Kazakhstan, who will be looking to do that comeback after the mishap from the previous round, still behind.
Still behind, but they at least know that they can look to catch up. I hope Team Kazakhstan walking into this this new track, this final track of set number 1 here, do not lose composure and just play the game the way it should be played. Make sure their resources managed. It doesn't matter if you're in a first place. You can also still make up the difference from second place. But now, after that match, that previous match, perhaps you want to be in first place.
All right, get into position, ladies and gentlemen, as the main target will show itself. And as the main target arrives, that's where we see the teams getting onto it rather than being there before it shows up. Now the airdrop has shown itself as well. It seems that for the airdrop, Team Uzbekistan has the advantage of getting it. But other than that, for the main target, it's still for them to catch up onto. Now, for the benefit of our audience as well, for the airdrop, it also provides an extra 40 points for the team that got it.
40 points. Hopefully that would be enough, because right now Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal again head-to-head with trying to hit that 300 mark, and it is Team Nepal who does so effortlessly. Will be the first one to book their way out of here. Meanwhile, leaving the rest here to shoot down onto the purple, that would be Uzbekistan, who still has yet to complete their run in checkpoint number 1.
There you go, the first team to leave now, Team Nepal, but trailing behind, very, very close by, it's going to be Team Kazakhstan, who will be looking to recover from whatever happened previously. Only 2 seconds difference, in fact, between the two teams, so it's very, very minimal. But because of that a small gap of 2 seconds, one flip of a car from Team Nepal will allow Team Kazakhstan to just overtake them.
And that is happening more often than not in these regional lobby here. And so they have to be careful, mindful, in fact, about the way they're rotating and be aware of the surrounding and its terrains and gradient here. Missing one beach flag itself could already impose such a strong penalty. But Team Kazakhstan, relentless with the boost. They have got burned once before. Will they get burned again?
Oh, wait.
Nepal and Team Kazakhstan.
Oh, no.
It seems like they're just bouncing around, both making a mistake, but it is Team Nepal again who will capitalize on this. And this is what I mean. They are reckless when it comes to the rotations.
Oh no. But nevertheless, Team Nepal, lucky for them, the opponent made the mistake at the same time. So it's like, okay, we'll reclaim it. Thank you very much. But that in overall is also going to be a precious time wasted. Now with another one on this corner, we can see behind them is going to be Team Kyrgyzstan still trailing. But for the other team, Team Uzbekistan, quite far away.
They are now within the trees. Both of them get out unscathed here, but it is Team Nepal who took the more efficient rotation. I do see Team Kazakhstan who had to cross in a little bit, but that boost right there probably gave Team Kazakhstan a little bit of a lead. No, still goes to the side of Nepal. They're taking 2 different entrants into this checkpoint.
Okay, here we go. The first team to arrive. Well, wait a second. Is there an overtake there? Team Kazakhstan? Okay, no, it's probably not. But nevertheless, it's going to be Team Uzbekistan still making their way through. But another accident there onto the beach flag. It's just happening all over the map, like all 4 tracks.
It's so frequent here that I like it. It makes the drive even more interesting, but for their sake, I really do hope that they tune things down a little bit more, make things a little bit more cleaner to play around, but worry about that some other time. You know what they say, if the entire lobby is being sloppy, then you are not sloppy. In fact, you are just the norm.
Wow. That is a mind-blowing thought. I get it. It takes a while to process, but I get it at the end of the day. But nevertheless, we have all 4 teams now in section number 2. But again, it is still Team Nepal with the mechanical skills. And we must remember, it's like a small difference between them and that second place team for them to arrive. But look at the gap difference right now. It's way, way ahead.
Yeah, Team Nepal definitely showing more in the firepower department. They seemingly secures more points at higher rate of speeds, mind you. And so they always find their way advantages in being the first to check out of a certain checkpoint itself. And like right now, looking like they might do that one again with already 130, and this has only just begun. Team Nepal now being overshadowed by the likes of Team Kyrgyzstan.
Okay, here we go. Team Kyrgyzstan overtaking Team Nepal. Team Nepal losing the lead. But for Team Uzbekistan, still behind. But
hold up.
Okay.
Hold up.
All right. I'm not sure if that's a strategy, or I guess he was trying to get the airdrop, but it just so happened.
We're gonna see a referee notice, that's for sure. But let's move on and leave that to the professionals who handle things out in the back end. Team Kyrgyzstan now 254, Team Nepal 240, Team Kazakhstan at 215. So like we mentioned before, in terms of sheer firepower, all of these teams are even neck to neck at the brim here, but we do know historically Team Nepal edged things out a little bit more towards their favor. However, Team Kyrgyzstan showing unprecedented performance, 359, closing it into the 400 mark.
Wow, but for Team Nepal, they're trying to chase back though. Only 9 points difference. Let's see who will first need to complete the challenge. They're neck to neck with each other, with Team Kazakhstan only needing one more target to complete the challenge. Team Nepal needing 2 more, but make that Team Nepal be the first team to complete. They came from behind to complete the challenge. Now they're en route to the next stage, but just next to them, it's going to be the adversaries. So it looks like they have a tough competition this time.
Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal. It seems like Kazakhstan has made way for their neighboring countries to come in and probably put up the fight against Team Nepal here in a match of driving skills, I guess. I don't know, I'm lacking of better words right now. What do you call this, a rally?
Oh, as long as they don't tumble, you can still call it a rally. But looks like a little bit of a tumble there, as always, as Team Nepal.
No.
Okay, opportunity Team Nepal, but the speed boost will allow them to maintain their lead.
Look at that, the more efficient movement coming out from Team Kyrgyzstan. They went straight, meanwhile Nepal went into a huge curve, which maybe put them back a little bit on hold, and that gave the side of Team Kyrgyzstan the lead for this second half of the travel. But now Team Nepal takes the high end. We'll have to make the movement towards the right, so clearly we know that Team Kyrgyzstan understands the map layout even better. They know where the next beach flag was going to be.
Okay, and they were kind of neck to neck with each other, but okay, this could be another opportunity to overtake. But with the speed up targets being hit, that allowed Team Kazakhstan to maintain their lead. And Team Nepal still right behind them because they didn't hit as many speed up targets as Team Kazakhstan.
Now Team Kyrgyzstan is the one to lay nest into the next checkpoints. First hand here, hit the 120-second counter. I'm pretty sure the other teams behind have gotten that prompt and cue as well. But now it goes down to these two. It is Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal out to duke it out within checkpoint 3, which is a make or break moment. And this is a firepower moment. And that usually swings the sides of Nepal.
Oh, yes, when it comes to that. Even like in the previous track, they somehow lost that lead and the gap was starting to widen. But all of a sudden, at the finals, oh, wait a second.
Oh, no.
Again, another miss of the beach flag, needing Team Uzbekistan to U-turn to go through the checkpoint. If not, it's not going to be registered for the next stage.
Luckily, though, they have made their way into this checkpoint just in time. They have not started the counter just yet. So perhaps if Uzbekistan, I hope this isn't too much of an ask, but if they can outgun the rest of the teams within this lobby, that could pit them up for a chance of success in towards the late game. Remember, there's only one team will not make it out to see the light of day comes the next round here, and all you have to do is beat the man in number 3.
Okay, this is where all matters now. Team Nepal, despite them still behind Team Kazakhstan, but we are seeing them come back at section number 2 to get that number 1, to take away that first lead. Although the lead isn't that big, a lead is still a lead at the end of the day. Team Kazakhstan not wanting to make that same mistake again. They are still in front. Now looking over at the stats for our athletes. The driver, assuming that not is the driver, only 6% contribution. And as compared to best practice, everyone has equal. Is also something for Team Kazakhstan to work on.
And potentially this could be that one checkpoint where some of those stats even out here because they need all the help they can get. And Team Nepal similarly reflecting that, but it is Team Kyrgyzstan who seems to get a better hang off this checkpoint 3. Already 240, looking to breach in the 250 mark. That is the halfway, 50% through in the objective completion.
Okay, here we go. Team Nepal still behind by about 100 points. Make that 50 by now. But we have seen it before. Team Nepal, they know how to come back. All of a sudden, they have this boost of points collected at some point, and that allowed them to be at the front. But I will, okay, if at any time that we see two teams actually driving towards the finish line together and having that finale drama, I think this is the best moment for us to have that.
I mean, they've got them close once, man. Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal in the track number 1 here. It was a neck and neck. Right now, they got Kyrgyzstan with Nepal neck and neck. And as we talked about them, Kyrgyzstan having the big lead, now that seems to fade away as Team Nepal slowly inch the difference closer and closer. Only 20 points apart.
Ooh, okay. So it looks like some static here for the teams. And some of them even deployed like the other athletes are like, okay, go and shoot ground targets, go and shoot the non-objective targets. I guess it's because like, you know, at some point like you kind of get frustrated and you kind of gave up on the main objective. So like, okay, I go choose something else. Once I feel good, I'll come back to the main objective. And nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you just need a little bit of a reset just to regain your focus.
And sometimes they also need to pretty much, they will eventually need to send one guy to make sure that they can loot and maintain resources within the group. So I think that's where you see that's why historically towards the 300 pointer mark, you start to see things slow down because maybe they're running low on resources and they have to deploy members to go out and loot for them, minimizing more shots coming up from one direction. Now, 460 is the score from Kyrgyzstan and 456 from Team Nepal. Very nearby, and finally they take the lead here. 470 takes back. It's a neck and neck situation. Who's gonna get out with the first 500?
Okay, here we go. Team Kazakhstan will be the first team to achieve the 500, but Team Nepal still needs one more target. It shouldn't be too far for them. And now both teams will be on the move, but the first team to actually be on the roll will be Team Kazakhstan, leaving behind Team Nepal.
Team Nepal out in the dust unless something crucial might happen within these bridges. They have to time these things right, otherwise that could be an impediment towards their advancement towards the last straw, and they made it through. Team Kyrgyzstan looking to solidify their lead here as the top one for track number 4.
That is a smooth jump there for Team Kyrgyzstan. And now the first team to arrive in about 16 minutes, 34 seconds is going to be followed by Team Nepal, who is going to be finishing this in about below 17 minutes. Now we're going to clock in the official time. Let's look at the official difference. And it is going to be plus 16 seconds down to the last two teams.
Yeah, so congratulations right there, but I still think the most consistent would have to be Team Nepal here. Top 1 finish in track 1, top 2. Oh no, they actually fell in last top in the second track. Then came back in number 1 in track 3 and now in number 4. The track number 4, they're getting the second spot, which means they got averagely a better timing on a better half here.
So it looks like Team Kazakhstan will be the last team to leave section number 3. Again, still needing 100 points. And unfortunately for Team Kazakhstan, because they were the team that didn't have enough fuel, that ran out of fuel in track number 3. And for this time, it seems like they have yet to recover from that track. And they're still stuck at section number 3 with 80 more points to go. But it's still a confirmation that they'll definitely take the number 4 spot for 2 tracks in a row.
Well, Team Uzbekistan try to take the safer path down. Finds their way, held back by a shed, and they just can't seem to get their bearings right. They don't even know which direction they're going to. Playing ring around the roses. They got stopped once, and now they will make the advancement finally towards the right trajectory. Destination checkered flags.
Yeah, not taking the risk of attempting to jump over there. Because like yesterday, I believe yesterday was the time that we saw a team attempt to jump. But because they got stuck there, they had to, number 1, either reset, or number 2, they had to like fall down and follow the below route. And that And maybe in their mind, it's like, oh, if that happens to them, that will allow Team Kazakhstan to actually catch up. And that's not going to be the case that they want to do. So you might as well, like, you know what, we're already at 3rd place anyway. Let's take the lesser risk route and just finish the track.
Finish the track. That is the simple objective of this game. Unfortunately, this game is not so simple. In just the past 3 days, we've uncovered so many nuances within the mechanics. That right there could have been detrimental too, but no worries. They are already towards the last place here. They make it onto the last jump, but then fell in short when it comes to the petrol station. All that effort trying to be flawless, and in the end, will trip and fall eventually here for Team Kazakhstan.
And that's probably what goes through the minds of Team Uzbekistan. It's like, okay, it's flashy, but we don't want that to happen. We might as well do something not so flashy and make it a smooth ride towards the end. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. So number 1 goes to Team Kazakhstan, number 2, Team Nepal, number 3, Team Uzbekistan, and number 4 goes to Team Kazakhstan.
Really good stuff coming up here. Consistency across Team Nepal. Really looking like they might just come out on top. I think this is the first time too that Team Kazakhstan got to themselves the top 1 finish. And so they might be close within the top 3 positions. But after that poor performance from Team Kazakhstan due to the mismanagement of resources, plus this one over here, which they got yet again back-to-back last place and a lot of delays within the time frame, I'm not even sure if Team Kazakhstan could call themselves safe despite a top 1 and a top 2 finish.
I guess that's the excitement for this group, right? It's like, after 4 games, there's still no clear direction of who might be eliminated. Like, you keep swapping around. But anyways, you're going to check out the highlights thanks to iCrew. This is the Central Asia and South Asia region. But I think that one team who, at least as of now, looking good to move on to next. I want to say Nepal, but they had a 4th place finish once. So now I'm rethinking again.
I would still say Nepal because how Nepal ended their 4th place, they still completed. They were just not as fast as the rest. Meanwhile, the rest were really prolonging that last place finish itself. So potentially still there, and plus they've got consistent top 2 finishes. Right now, take a look at the results. It is Team Kyrgyzstan here first, with 16 minutes 34, clocking in 39 speed-ups being taken on their side.
Yeah, and of course we have to award the FAW Audi Super A player, and a fact from Kazakhstan will be the highest top scorer with 444, followed by again Ricky, and there is Ferno and Southcash. So all these players are the top players for their respective teams, as we can see here. Well, the boys bringing the points, basically.
They're bringing the points, they're bringing the heat, and man, like, that was an eventful, I guess, towards the end, it was an eventful set number 1, especially with Team Kazakhstan. I don't want to be that kind of guy who's actually enjoying the sorrow of others, but man, that right there breaks monotone. It's good for me. It's still entertaining. And everyone smiles, so I think it's safe to say that we're allowed to smile too.
Yes, of course. And I'm sure the players are having a good time as well. From here, well, you guys at home might not be able to hear it, but from our seat, we're able to listen to their cheers. But here it is. Okay, the standings. Okay, this is the answer for our question early on. So Team Nepal is at number 1 with a 3-minute gap with Team Kazakhstan, followed by Team Uzbekistan, 5-minute gap, and then you have Team Kazakhstan with a 3-minute gap. So I wouldn't say safe to say that Team Nepal will go through because we have 4 more tracks to go. So it could still swap, but it's definitely closer between number 2, number 3, and number 4.
Yeah, and so because Team Kazakhstan, despite having a 2 good start here, that because of the 2 bad finishes that they had, unfortunately will have to make way for even the likes of Team Uzbekistan, who for the most part seem to be struggling throughout this entire circuit.
So, okay, but before we get on to our next segment, so there's a referee notice here, warning to not for intentionally blocking another team shooting by using the vehicle as an obstacle during the 4th game of PUBG Mobile Asian Games version Central and South Asia qualifying stage match 1. So this was the event that we saw earlier on, that we were kind of like wondering whether it's intentional or whether it's just so happened that he was going for the airdrop. So that's the answer from our referee.
Yeah, so don't do it again. We need fair play around here. Road to Asian Games. Anyways, quick break. Do we have a break after this?
So we'll be going for a break, ladies and gentlemen. But after we're back, we'll come back for another 4 tracks for this region. But for now, my name is Sir Cloud. Together with Keith, we'll see you guys after this break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
finally we're back for the second round in Road to Asian Games 2022 here for the qualifier stage between the Central Asia and the South Asia region. I'm Choo-Choo, I'm back here with Keith. How you feeling, bro?
Nice to have you back on the desk here. I guess Cloud just had to tap out for the time being. Maybe he's feeling a little bit frisky after that late lunch, so thank God you're here to step in when he need to.
But I do know there's such a blunder we had before. That's the first time ever. A very comical situation between the team of, if I'm not mistaken, it was Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, where I don't know how to explain it, but you don't blame them. They're being very geniuses themselves by taking a different ride entirely because they're out of fuel.
I think that's the smartest way to go about it, right? And to be fair, it does not impact any other teams in a negative level. So I don't see any foul here. I thought I had a lot of fun. I was a little bit sleepy till that thing happened, and now I'm all excited for the next set.
Oh man, I just hope we don't have to witness that again because it caused them quite a number, especially when it comes to the time. I think we do have the cap of 30 minutes and they almost hit the capacity of 30 minutes at max. It was around 26-ish, almost 27 minutes for the ending. But so far we do have a different average of timeline here for this particular region.
And it's a little bit on the slower side, I would say so myself, and I think you wouldn't disagree with that, seeing as though how long you waited in the back end. At the same time, a lot of that contributes is coming in from the drive. Like, rotation in this region is seemingly raw. It's as raw as possible. It is far from the word refined, that's for sure.
And it's so unpredictable. But we predicted this is going to be the teams that will be participating for this round as well. Team coming up from Kazakhstan, Team Kyrgyzstan, and Team Uzbekistan, and also a team coming up from Nepal. And so far, is there any sort of particular team that you feel might be dominating when it comes to their, time spent overall in all the tracks?
I would say I think Team Nepal seems to be the most consistent. They are at par with at least the West Asian region with the 16-17 minute timings per track. And so they're well in their way to kind of compete with that region per se, seeing as though that the majority of the teams that are playing within the Central South Asian region averages out 18 minutes and up. So definitely Team Nepal looking like they are a league above at the very least.
Well, I want to agree, but the thing is, consistency. You need to have all formats pretty much on the same placement, except for the second track, though, where they do have a bit of a blunder. If I'm not mistaken, they have a bit of accident before, so they place themselves in the last place in the second track. So I hope that will not be the case because we will be repeating again from track 1 all over again for these teams. Now this is their time for redemption if they made a lot of mistake in round 1 before.
Yeah, I think that also contributes because perhaps they were not aware of the reset mechanics. See, whenever you tumble your car, you're allowed to hit the reset, right? But maybe they don't know what the button was and they had to explore, which wasted a whole lot of time.
If I'm not mistaken, the reset button will come at cost as well. You get penaltied for 10 more seconds addition to it if you have to press the button. But might as well just press it.
Exactly.
If you're waiting for, like, the last time we saw around 7 minutes wasted just to tip over the car again, right?
Yeah.
So might as well just get penaltied for 10 more seconds.
So if put that in perspective, it's 7 minutes just to try and tip the car, and eventually you do hit the reset anyway. Right,
true.
so maybe that was the situation for them. So I do not see that one happening again. But really, with this region, the fun is in the drive, and I would like to see that happen again here in set number 2. 4 tracks to look forward to, Chu. Are you ready for it?
No, definitely. I'm born ready. But before that, do you plan and do you hope for the teams to actually hit themselves in a blunder?
I would be criminalized to be dishonest, so I will not answer.
The way you say it, you're like, come on, guys, crash into something. But do have the same tracks all over again, as per usual, coming up from the side of around Valdemar, and Mike ended up right and around Puerto Paraiso for this first track. Is always going to be Map Mirama for now. And we do have, well, 4 teams having a very equal start here for all teams moving at the same time. I'm not sure about Team Nepal. They lost one man before and now hop onto that vehicle. It's going to be a gap here in between, but so far Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan taking the lead.
Taking the lead for the time being here, but we know after first trial, Team Nepal is one to look out for. So, Team Kazakhstan trying to make in that corner here. It slowed down a little bit, but not too detrimental yet. Now, neck and neck with the neighboring country. It's Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Kazakhstan potentially taking the first spot. Goes in with a clean tackle towards his corner, not trying to overextend here. Keeping it as tight as possible, but still losing a little bit of that momentum, it seems.
You know what I miss most when you're looking at races? You know, when we used to play race game, there's going to be some crowd cheering at the sidelines around the mountains, right? We don't have it here. But we have a lot of drones, though.
What do you mean? We are the crowd.
We are the only crowd. With that 2-person, they're trying to wave. Come on, guys.
You see, when you're an introvert, 2 is a crowd already.
That's kind of true. Maybe even 1.5 is already crowded, right? But we do have a bit of a flammable car coming out from the team Kyrgyzstan just now. They have a bit of a problem to have a head start, even though they were on the front line before, but will be falling back all the way. While Team Kazakhstan have no problem pushing forward.
Pushing forward indeed, and now they take the leap of faith, but look at that. Team Kyrgyzstan not done it out just yet, makes a jump of their own. Unfortunately, Uzbekistan once again getting hit by that obstruction in the place here. Now, meanwhile, taking a look at checkpoint 1, it seems like they have arrived. It is Team Kazakhstan being the first there. Second would be Team Nepal, and third at Team Kyrgyzstan, and followed by Team Uzbekistan itself.
Well, at least, even though they got themselves in just now for a tiny bit, just bought themselves another extra 10 seconds, but at least they arrived timely manner as well. But this is going to be, if you look at the standard, the highest standard we've seen before, which coming up from the region of East Asia, I think there's going to be the cap for, like, example, for the teams who want to put up one objective to the other. They have to limit themselves, maybe just maximize it 4 minutes in one objective or one checkpoint, right? Yeah. Not more than that. Then you get yourself at least, or the most, around 14 minutes at max.
Yeah. And so 6 minutes is a definite burn within the entire track itself. Right, that's 6 minutes because you have to wait 120 seconds for each and one of these checkpoints, and so you have a couple of minutes left to spare here. But if you can kill 2 birds in one stone, actually do whatever Team China did within the East Asian region, and that is to accumulate at least 100 pointers before the activity begins. That's as efficient as you can look forward to. So 13 minutes is what we call the gold standard so far here in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version.
You can see they are trying, but Team Kazakhstan right now are leading off with almost 100 points as a start. But the thing is, I noticed it took them a longer time to jump from one checkpoint to the other. When it comes to the Central Asia and South Asia standard right now, the average time spent in one checkpoint is plus minus around 5 to 6 minutes. So it kind of the average of the 18 minutes of overall. So that adds up, right?
Yeah, that's not a good average to go off from. If you're spending 5 minutes per checkpoint, you're already expecting at least a 15 minutes as the fastest you could ever go into. And remember, when comes to the point where you face different regions, 13 minutes is the time to be beat. But let's take a look at the games right here. I see some of the teams already have hit their quota of the 300 pointers mark and will be making their way forward. And that will be the team in blue. That is Team Kazakhstan now taking the lead once again.
Yep, same goes for Team Kyrgyzstan. I think they are just catching up as well. But I talk about how the average of around 5 to 6 minutes. They're starting off leaving the first checkpoint around 4 minutes and 30 seconds. But the one that they really spend a lot of time in is going to be the final checkpoint. So far, when it comes to the first checkpoint, a lot of teams kind of in the good average of per checkpoint, which is going to be 4 minutes and around extra 30 seconds. But if you're actually taking longer time than that, there's something wrong with the entire team.
Well, maybe not a team.
Okay,
fine. No, not the team. It's more like things can be optimized, right? Like,
true.
Drive better.
That's the only. They need to use the Audi.
Yeah, you got to use an Audi. That's a good thing you bring up. Handling is a thing that Audi is also known for, so might as well.
True. We need a power steering, right? But back to us, the game. We do have Kazakhstan You talked about driving, man. I mean, like, what else can go so wrong? Everything goes so wrong in this region right now for their lineup. I mean, like, none of all the other region we called it before have this much accident.
Which is
in one track.
Which is exactly why I say in this region,
oh,
it's all about the drive. That is the make or break situation because firepower, you're going to see them even across the board, at least for the top 3 teams that would eventually seed out. But it's the driving that makes a difference here in terms of who is going to be the #1 spot.
Targets will activate in 120
I mean, like, if it's minor accident, like you slightly bump into it, just shifting your gear a bit longer, that's pretty much normal. But if you're flipping too much, you're hitting all the high grounds and rocks that's not even supposed to be hit in the first place, maybe they should change your driver now, I guess. It's kind of hard to see all the other regions have this much accident so far. And so far, this is hitting another record. They do have another record holder, but it's going to be the one that having too much accident.
Well, but honestly, that makes the driving portion of the game so much more interesting, right? Because if you're flawless on a drive, then everyone's pathway is going to be pretty much the same if you're optimized and efficientized. But because they're so raw and unrefined, there's so much curveballs to look forward to, and sometimes it brings you to a giggle.
Not just a giggle, it's just breaking. You know, the other Chinese castles on the other side, after that happened in the one that actually running out of fuel and just happened to be taking a grab over another team's car, they can't even talk after that. They were just laughing all the way. So, I mean, like, at least you guys still have your mind still sane for now. Hopefully, we're going to stay sane by the end of this entire round. But back to the second section, it commenced for the retracting target. All the players already and the athletes taking their place. And so far, I see a lot of a case here that some athletes, their points been stolen away by a different team in the very last minute. Because if you notice very closely, the moment the target being hit up and exploded, you can see a bit of the smoke color of the team that managed to secure those targets. So if it's not the team color that aiming for it, then they will be devastated because they'll be aiming so much for it. But the last hit being stolen away by a different team.
In the end of the day, this challenge right here is your standard traditional pop the weasel, right? You have to knock on the weasel while it's out before anyone else does. And that's exactly what is making this challenge very difficult. Every one of these teams are looking out to get the same exact target. Now, I've seen Team China who has a strategy to pretty much segregate this entire firing range into quadrants and have each one member look out for it. But at the same time, if everyone else is doing the same thing, you still have an average of about 4 players, 3 different players besides you, aiming at the same quadrant.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. It's how they want to segregate themselves. Maybe even try to find some ground target while waiting for it. Because if not, you'll be snatching it between maybe even your own team is having the same target as you are. And that's going to be a waste of time. So back to the side of Kazakhstan. Right now, they're hitting the target. I still have to say that they are within the standard, the goal standard limit of each station or each checkpoint. Right now, they're just leaving slightly over almost a minute. It's supposed like the goal standard is around 8 minutes, but at least it's still in the good standard of it. And if they can finish off within maybe less than 14 minutes, I think that's the best play coming up from Team Kazakhstan by far for this entire region.
If they finish in about maybe 14 minutes, that is impressive for this region. That's considered very fast because you're already faster than a West Asian region average in general.
I mean, like by data, it was supposed to be, we definitely know it's deliverable for these guys, doable, and it's not something impossible. But it's all about their driving skills, I have to agree. If they happen to be stumbled down, well, that's usually the case.
There we go. Let's go. Team Kazakhstan always in the lead, but always stumbling forward.
Oh, man.
This is a very raw and unrefined. I like it. I like no rules. They don't play by the rules. They play their own game here.
It's like super rough. Speaking of refined, right? There's no finesse in it anymore. It's just everything just going rough for them. At least we're having a good time watching this match right now because there's so many unusual bumps. I'm confused here. I'm not even going to joke about it anymore. But this guy's just, at least they're really having this tenacity to keep it going. And now such resilient players. I have a lot of respect for these guys.
I was just telling Sir Cloud, right? Like, if the entire region drives like a madman, then it's normal. Nobody has an advantage in the rotation.
Yeah. I mean, like a standard, you have to put out a standard, and they are doing standards. They even left a player! Where's the entire vehicle gone?
They reset. They reset. Chill
look,
out.
I'm so scared.
Relax. They're still in the game.
It's
They
so
reset.
unpredictable. My God.
Oh, this region brings me joy, man. I love it. Thank you.
I mean, like,
Thank you so much.
At this point, for me as an audience, myself, I would just want them to reach their final destination as safe as possible. Regardless of the time itself, as long as they are safe. In real life, I wish they would not sit next to me if they're driving. That's.
But you know what? There is a market for this sort of ruckus, right? Like, I want to see a mode where they don't have to go down and do checkpoints. That's just a drive and a journey, and everyone drives like this. And then you're expecting on sheer luck that your vehicle don't tumble over, and the first one to hit the finish line at the end. I think it'll bring a lot of laughter. So.
I don't even okay. You know what? Maybe that's the case. Yeah, maybe we should do that. But back to the side of Team Kazakhstan, due to how they stumbled down before, it delayed them so much. When we talked about them having those 14 minutes going on, and it's down to 120 seconds. Downtime is done. Now, can they reach their target within just 2 minutes here?
Hardly. I don't think that's a possibility. Seeing the rate in which they do accumulate points, especially in the last checkpoint of the day, of the map, actually, the track itself. No, I think that's a tough chance to ask. I mean, there's a reason why the average for this region in particular is around the 18 to 19 minute mark. And I mean, there's numerous different factors, but that driving is definitely one of them.
Honestly, I feel like driving, if they actually do polish up their driving, that actually can shave off the extra 3 minutes.
You think
Not
it's
even kidding. Because every single rotation, after they're done from one checkpoint to the other, even from the starting line, right, they definitely have their accidents. How many tracks? We have 4 sections, including all the road, right? The journey of it, we have 4. So if each of the section, they happen to be stumbled down, that's going to be extra 20 seconds to 30 seconds. It's pretty much shaving off at least 2 minutes out of it.
Come on, you got to give them a break. I don't think it was a 30 seconds hold. Is it? Was it really 30? Okay.
Don't try them. You don't want to see it.
But anyways, they are doing pretty well right now. Team Kazakhstan here, 240 in the scores accumulated here. Already in the 13-minute pointers. Now, just to put it in perspective, usually at this time, the teams from East Asia would have completed their match already. And this one, they're barely even halfway through. Only Team Kazakhstan has got 250 here. So we're definitely in a different set of games with a different set of understanding, but it's a fun one. I love watching this game.
I'm sorry, guys, we keep comparing, but we already have our gold standard here. I mean, like, if these teams actually do go first during those days, then our standard would be very different, right? But
correct.
We do have the best of the best, and we do see the golden standard now, the least amount of time required. And so far, the record still holding on 10 minutes, nobody breaking it.
So, we kind of found a conclusion behind that. 10 minutes is pretty much impossible. You cannot do it in this mode.
But how did they actually do holding the record during the qualifiers within 10 minutes?
So it turns out during the qualifiers, it's a different format because it's a time-based format where you're in that lobby by yourself. So you don't have teams stealing your targets as you do right now.
Kind of makes sense. So I guess standard goal and record right now is around what? 11? 12. It's still 12. Okay, 12. So, you're definitely not hitting the new record, so I'm just going to put it aside for now. But another record will be, can they be the longest one?
Oh, they're already there on average. They're already there on average. But there is one record that this region has achieved. They are the most entertaining one to watch.
I agree.
I've never had this many smiles casting 8 tracks.
Because you don't have expectations anymore. Plus, it's so unexpected to have those kind of trips being, you know, tipped down in very unusual spots where nobody actually hit that. But they are the one that actually have those problems.
It's unpredictability, and it's always, look at it across the scoreboards, right? They're always neck and neck, but the difference really comes in the driving. Yeah, so that one always gives me smiles. And right now, Team Kazakhstan, after 2 bad games in the previous set here, looking to set themselves up for more success with a top 1 finish. Now, surprisingly, Team Kazakhstan actually got the top 1 finish for the first track of the first set, and then I believe they fell down a little bit on the second set at second place.
You don't say it now. They're on their way to finish line.
No, I'm saying it was they're actually good on average.
True.
Track 3 was a phenom. Okay, they ran out of gas. That was on them. But track 4,
no,
I don't know what
track 1.
happened.
We're talking about track 1, where they did have a last-minute accident when Team Nepal overtook them and placed themselves first. So that's why I said don't mention it until it happened, because it will happen. I have a feeling it will. Even though I have a bad feeling about it, but I just want to stay as positive as possible right now. But hey, at least they're having a flashy ending and nothing bad happened, and we're super happy. With 16 minutes and around 40 seconds, they finish off their first track, 39 seconds to be exact, for Team Kazakhstan.
Congratulations, Team Kazakhstan, looking like they're one way forward into recovery here, coming in at second place. This is unheard of, but Team Uzbekistan now clocks in at second. Only 20 seconds difference from the top 1 finish at 17 minutes on the dot.
Oh. On the side of third place, it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Team Nepal, another 34 seconds plus down there. It's going to be 17 minutes and 14 seconds. But Team Kyrgyzstan, that's an unusual route just now. Coming in maybe a minute later than the rest.
A minute later, but hey, they made it back in one piece, and I think that's something to celebrate off, especially coming in from such a raw, unrefined driving skills here. So,
very raw.
Hey, you know what they say, when you're raw, that means you can be polished, and that's a positive thing.
Ooh, that's true, that's true.
Room for improvements.
Yeah, if only, honestly speaking, right, they can shave off so many minutes if they don't bump into something. It's not once, it's not twice, it's more than that for one single track.
It's whenever we're talking about it, it happens.
Is it us then?
No, of course not. We're calling out what it is. They just so happen to be so they're unpredictable, but the crash or something wrong is about to happen during the drive is very predictable. If you get my drift, I know something's going to happen, but I don't know how it's going to happen.
That's kind of true. Even our audience having trouble to keep things straight here. But what else can we say? Except for their driving skills. I mean, because I see Kazakhstan, like you mentioned, they are so raw, can be polished and refined on so many angles. Oh my goodness.
One after another.
Nobody ever did that, but they managed to do it.
That's the highlight. All the car scenes were the highlights so far. I love this. I love this. Thank you, Aiku, for the very remarkable highlight right there.
Yeah. But congratulations to Team Kazakhstan with 16 minutes, 39 seconds. We definitely feel like they can still polish that up. But as placing last, it's going to be Team Kyrgyzstan with 17 minutes and 59 seconds. While Team Uzbekistan and Team Nepal placing just 14 seconds apart. But so far, when it comes to Team Kazakhstan, I noticed something. The first checkpoint, second checkpoint, they hit the golden standard. But it's just their journey to those checkpoints feels like they have to go through hell.
You know you're going to say that way more often than you think. We have 3 more tracks. So think of a paraphrase so you don't sound repetitive like a broken record, because I know I've already crossed that threshold. I'm doing 2 sets.
I mean, what else can we say other than the driving? Because we do know when it comes to firepower, precision, accuracy, those shots, they're pretty darn good. It's just the time taken to go from one checkpoint to the other. the stability of their wheels is questionable.
I think it's also their idea and understanding and rotation priority, right? I think for them, it's speed, 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 go, go, go. And so some parts of this track does demand some sort of discipline to maybe take a cleaner corner, or some ramps are not meant to be jumped from. Like we've seen the China rotation, Team China's rotation, I think it's going to be in track number 2, where you're supposed to jump off a ramp into the side and stick onto the wall. That's the most efficient manner.
Sure.
But then you see a couple of teams just jumping off and flipping it and then fumbling themselves down at the bottom.
They were like, why would we want to copy somebody else? We are Central Asia and South Asia. We have our way to do things. Like, this is our way, you know? Do you know the way? This is the way. And that way is...
my way.
You're having fun, right? You're having fun.
Yeah, it's my way. I like it. I like
so,
it.
yeah.
Hey, if it wasn't about time, I would give them my stamp of approval. I would not be ashamed with that sort of representation. I'd say, hey, I walked out coolest in the room. What'd you guys do? Your cars are intact. You're impeccable. My Audi is all beaten up and scratched and character.
Guy who you want to be as content creator for the team, not the player. Usually, that's the case. Because this guy will be the goofiest guy there is. But next track we do have coming up from Ruins. We're starting off, then going into Al Pozo. And we're going to go around Crater Field for next checkpoint, which is going to be a bit tougher for the terrain. I worry for this, guys. Dropping ourselves in St. Martin for a retracting target. Crossing over Hacienda de Patron, moving up to water treatment, and a bit more up north, where we do drop ourselves in the final checkpoint, which is going to be Cruz de Vel. Then we have our finishing line around Campo Militar. Now, I want to ask you something, right? Because it's all about driving skills when it comes to this region. Which track do you think they have to have most accidents on? Of all the tracks, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I gotta think. Now, that's a good question. Okay, based on the first set. Yo, that's a very good question. I would like to say track number 3, but at the same time, I think we were so fixated on the fact that they lost gas in the car. And so I don't remember the events that happened. If I have to, okay, so maybe track number 2, because that...
Should be we worried since we're walking into track number 2 now.
Exactly. I'm looking for that one platform in which they jump from. That's that one significant thing. That differs a team who knows how to rotate efficiently and not, right? Because the ones I mentioned about, just sticking on the walls and stuff like that, it's going to be a high leap point.
So I think all our eyes on that instead of the time and the scores.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
We're definitely not going to look at the scores or any of the time, and nothing really matters unless if anybody. How much the splash of water we're going to get into it.
No, that's literally what they're judged on. Did you not know that?
Yeah, I know. I do know. In this case, that's the case.
No, so how much splash is in this context is their time. We
Honestly,
don't care about that.
Feels like the splash right now is like a waterfall splash.
Exactly. Yeah. I want to see them do crazy flips and then just landing wrong and creating so many splash.
You're so mean.
No, it's not mean. It's entertaining, and I'm on their backs.
I agree.
I'm on their backs.
This is the most entertaining value coming up from all the other regions down there, but. Entertaining or not, it's still a competition. We're back for South Asia and Central Asia in our second round of track number 2, the road to Asian Games, PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. But speaking of which, surprisingly, right, track 4 was supposed to be the hardest, and usually around the end of the finishing line, before you reach and touch down at the finishing line, you have these bridges. And surprising, none of the team actually have accidents during those bridges.
There was just now previously, I think it was Uzbekistan.
But it wasn't as much.
No, it's worse. They avoid the bridge.
It's worse.
They avoided the bridge. They took the pathway on the ground and then knock onto obstacles. So things are gonna get interesting from here on out. I promise you that much.
You promised me. I don't know. It feels. I'm so scared to say anything, just to, avoid the jinx coming out from us casters in the first place. But we do have Kyrgyzstan coming up from red. The first one going up on the front, I think it's going to be Kazakhstan possibly. And Uzbekistan taking the purple team. Well,
there we go.
Kazakhstan taking yellow.
Well, not chat. Keep on going, keep on going. Let's do something fun. Let's start a counter on how many crashes we catch.
Okay, let's for per team or for the entirety?
For the entirety, of course. We're trying to figure out which one has which track seems to be the most imposing. Ah, there we go. That's one already.
1, 2, 3. Make it 3 almost.
No, I mean it's one incident.
Okay, that's one. Okay, that's one. That's two.
That's two, right?
That's two. That's two. And please no 3. So far, well, where is another team? Where is the last team? I can't see them even nearby.
Yeah, they're still close to each other.
It's two so far. It's 2 so far. It's just waiting for
That's all we're waiting for at this point.
At least they slow down around the corners, right? Okay, this is the time again, as per usual. It was 2.
Oh man, we didn't see that.
Yep, we kind of missed that. I think if we missed that, it means that they go actually very smoothly. No, they happen to be having bumping cars down there.
Oh, okay. They made past the rocks. We gotta make things a bit more interesting for the viewers here. So you gotta have to do the play-by-play while they're actually driving.
Why me?
Because I'm counting, and I'm bad in math.
Counting as well.
I need my focus in math.
And so far, nothing else is happening. Everything goes smoothly, and it's a smooth sailing for most of the teams. So I sat for a Team Nepal is here, but where is another team that I'm waiting for? Who else left? Is it Team Uzbekistan? Why are they so left behind?
They're the ones who crashed. You counted their crash. You don't remember that?
It's 2 now for now, right?
Yeah, it's still 2.
It's still 2.
In our eyes. We don't know what happens on the back end when the camera is not looking.
I feel like there's going to be more than that.
But yeah, because
for some reason.
How did they fall in that far, right?
Yeah, back to it. Team, I think there's going to be Team Blue, which is going to be Team Nepal. Trying to get themselves all the SMGs and the rifles as much as possible right now. Making sure they will be optimizing all their bullets, not to be wasting it. Speaking of not wasting it, they're definitely wasting it right now. Taking 2 or 3 magazines to shoot down the target. Not yet. Close enough. But okay, back towards the teams. They are scattered all over the place. So far, nobody's on the vehicle, so we can stop counting for now.
Don't worry.
I mean, like, if they're still having accidents, I don't know what else to say, honestly speaking.
No. Let's be realistic, okay? We'll portion that counter for when the journey happens in between checkpoints. But for now, Team Kazakhstan doing pretty well. Again, this is that one team who does do their homework. Ideally, they'd like to get a 100-point head start, but 82 is close enough as compared to the rest of the teams here within this same competitive lobby. So Team Kazakhstan up to a great start. Can they look to close this one before the rest of the teams? First one to hit into the triple-digit mark and going into 50% completion of the objective.
Honestly speaking, Kazakhstan, if they really polish up their driving skills here, I have a feeling they actually meet up with the gold standard. It's not impossible for them to reach up to a 14 minutes mark almost every single track because they have been followed accordingly when it comes to the first checkpoint. They left the previous ones around 4 minute-ish. So it's still in the window of where you need to jump into another objective or the next checkpoint, because we calculated the average should be around 4 minutes and the most is around 4 minutes 30 seconds, and they're hitting the target quite right.
Yeah, their issue isn't in the checkpoints.
And this is where we start counting again.
Okay, the counter has begun into the travels here. We do have Team Kazakhstan making the lead here out in open fields. It is virtually impossible to crash onto anything.
Don't say it.
That would never happen. Jinx. Okay, it never happened. Great stuff coming out from Team Kazakhstan.
It's too early for that. Not saying it's
but
not
this
gonna
is
happen.
a jump.
This is a jump. And look at the POV, the players. Thank you so much, IQ Level, for that POV. But this is where things get a bit dicey for this. And all the other teams, including Team Nepal, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan, already leaving off the vicinity of the second checkpoint. But can they make it go?
Yes, they come off to the side and stick to the wall. See, this is what I mean. This was the China rotation, the most efficient and optimized rotation. Easy way down, and you don't lose momentum from the process. Now let's take a look at the rest of the teams trying to get through the same obstacle.
Can they actually do the same? If they can actually do that, I mean, like, by the end of track 3 and 4, I have a feeling they will improve so much.
Nope, they're going against it.
Oh,
they're going against it.
More 3! And that's going to be number 3 as well. And
Another
they got
one?
stuck. Whee!
Okay, they
so
land
far
fine.
They land okay. So it's 3 for now. It's 3 for now. Not too much. It's pretty okay. But the most, definitely, of all the other regions.
But you see, if you stick to the walls to the side, now you're positioning your trajectory into a straight line for the next objective, right?
True.
If you go into the jump, now you have to turn right, hard turn right, and then hard turn left to just get into that flag points, and that itself adds time.
And not just that, because of you taking the right side of the ramp just now, or the platform, when you actually charge in, not all the way through, right? You have this high mountain of wall to stop you from flipping over as well, due to it's around, I would say, around 60 degree of stopping you from flipping entirely the other side, not a flat land. So it's pretty easy for the driver to have control of his wheels as well.
Yeah, so in demonstration, that moment itself kind of gives you a little bit of understanding on who do you think actually understands the rotation even more so than the rest, because only Team Kazakhstan
They definitely
did that.
studied.
Yeah.
They studied so much for Team Kazakhstan. Like I mentioned before, Kande is finally starting off each section or each checkpoint with a triple digit before the platform rises or the mission commences. Because if they can actually deliver that, I'm not surprised if they did hit, and they will hit the 14 minutes mark.
They have the potential. So far, they haven't gotten into the crash. This may be the best time to do
You're
it.
wishing to hit a crash.
I know, so Uzbekistan is filling up that role right now. Okay, so Kazakhstan, this is your time to shine. Already 118 in the points here. The first one to have that triple digits. They also understand and know how to capitalize the 120 seconds cooldown upon arrival into checkpoints here. Already breaching 50% mark, and look at these score contributions. It's even across down the bottom here with an average of 21%. And so that is a good sign of a team that could potentially scale the distance.
Well, I know these guys definitely can shoot here, because when it comes to getting those scores, they are getting it pretty quick enough. It's all about the driving, really. We cannot stress enough for the teams from Central Asia and South Asia. The only one that's stopping them from hitting the gold standard is going to be the sort of a driving skills. Other than that, they're pretty much flawless and pretty good when it comes to their how they divided the roles, how they actually arrange a position of the players to make sure they can optimize as much targets as possible. That's not questionable anymore. It's all about how can they make sure they're reaching their destination safely.
Yeah, that is honestly, I think maybe overlooked within this region. Maybe they're a bit fixated on their firepower, and that's why they're matched through and through within the scoreboards. But a little bit not attentive to the sort of rotations, with the exclusion of Team Kazakhstan. I think Team Kazakhstan understands the rotation and how to do it optimistically or more efficiently. But they're just a bit, how do you say gung-ho?
Huh?
Gung-ho, like you're a bit, you're not composed, you're just rushing the front forward, and that's why you make all these unnecessary mistakes.
Panicking.
Anxious, maybe. Yeah, sure. That could be the word.
I think that's it. They're rushing it too much without really strategize about their next objectives and how to approach it in the most efficient way and optimizing their time to be there. Now, so far, they kind of understand the rotation, and due to this is going to be the second round, so they kind of familiarize themselves with the track. That's why Team Kazakhstan, if you ask me, the adaptation has been sublime. How they actually learn, I just hope I don't praise them too much for something to happen for now, but for the sake of Team Kazakhstan so far, I have to say they improved tremendously within this short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at 4 minutes per checkpoint right now, if they finish this at that gold standard, they might walk away with a 15-minute match. Now, that would be by far the fastest for this region.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking since track 1 until now. Nobody hitting the 15 minutes mark yet. The fastest we had was around 16 minutes. Not even on the dot. It's like 16 minutes and 30-ish seconds so far. That's going to be the shortest amount of time. But for the others, on the other hand, we do have some teams not living around the second checkpoint just yet. I think all of them still, all of them left second checkpoint now, all just merging and going towards the same final checkpoint where there's going to be the, make it 4 now.
4, counting.
Is it just Uzbekistan that happen to be having a lot of trouble during their driving? I think out of 4 just now, 3 is just by Uzbekistan so far.
Actually?
Or is it all 4? You did count it.
Of course I was counting. That was my main objective going into track number 2 here. Why would I focus on anything else? Of course, delivering a good story is good, so on and so forth. But hey, I'm selfish that way.
Maybe they're so used to driving Audi that this UAZ don't match up the standards. You know?
Perhaps.
This is too slow for us. We need an Audi to actually drive it in the map.
Specifically the Q4.
Yeah.
Flying target
E-tron.
activated.
But that's going to be our flying target for last checkpoint when it comes to a second track so far. We'll be able for them to actually hitting the 15-minute mark. We are giving a bit of a leeway here instead of a 12 record minute. That whole by the side of East Asia so far. But on the side of South Asia and Central Asia right now, 15 minutes will be good enough.
Look at that, Team Kazakhstan. They have what it takes. They understand the game here and how to build up those lead. Already 132, and they were the only teams who had a decent amount of lead before that activity began. It was the 80 points mark, which means that they're lacking a little bit comparatively to the East Asian team by maybe 20-ish points or score, in which they need to find ways to efficientize and maintain and retrieve from. But right now, looking like they are in heavy position to make their first exit as another top 1 finisher here as they approach the 200-point mark.
It all depends on how fast they can actually get their points in. So far, hitting a bit of a stagnant. To hit into 200 mark took them quite a long time for Team Kazakhstan. But Team Uzbekistan, despite they're having a lot of accidents, 4 accidents, and all 4 of them coming from Uzbekistan, they're catching up with those points. But on the side of Team Kazakhstan, they're hitting a plateau here where they got stuck around 200-ish mark, and we still have halfway to go.
And that's why they had that lead in the first place, so good thing to them. They have a little bit of cushion to play around with, but of course nothing you want to be too comfortable. Now Team Uzbekistan, who has gotten into 4 pitfalls this entire track, they're inching up to them in second place, and in the end of the day, it's not how well you do per checkpoint, it's how you do within the overall of each track, and so they have to make sure that they still maintain their lead and a hit. 300 right now in the count, another 130 more to go.
Can we still have our 15-minute mark here for the side of Team Kazakhstan? I think it's still within reach. Because usually it takes 30 seconds without any accident to go towards the finishing line or even from one checkpoint to the other. It requires around 30 seconds to have that journey towards the next target. But for them, if they finish before 40 minutes and 30 seconds, which they have only 4 more targets to go, they can actually do have the fastest time yet to finish by the finish line.
But right now, it's, I don't think they're going to make it in time. Really, I think they're probably going to leave the checkpoint at around the 14 minutes, 40 second mark. Seeing as though there's a tempo in which they're actually accumulating. It's just not, it's not optimal. Look at that. Like I mentioned, the 14-minute, 40-second mark is the more ideal of situation, but perhaps maybe they can utilize those boosters to get them through and cut some time down. It's a straight path from here, and Team Kazakhstan finds themselves a straight road into the finish line. Meanwhile, in their back end, it's Team Kyrgyzstan.
But at the same time, this might be their first of overall in the South Asia and Central Asia region to have the fastest finish time clocked as well, because we're hitting the 15-minute marks, and this is by far the best record across all tracks with 15 minutes and 12 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, just now by Team Kazakhstan.
That right there just set a new record for the entire region itself. Now, this is the numbers that they were managed to pull in because they didn't even actually have a crash. Let's be real.
True.
We were looking at Team Kazakhstan to maybe potentially, do something a little bit fishy here, but that didn't happen. They had a clean drive, a clean rotation, and that clocked them at 15 minutes, the fastest within the region.
And putting aside their aim and also accuracy when it comes to those objectives, right? And the checkpoint, it's all about calculating around that time of your time from one track to the other, one checkpoint to the other, and towards the end of a finishing line. If you don't hit any of structures in between or even get flipped, I think shooting-wise, they are great because they always kind of keep track with the time. Despite they have accidents, but it's still not reaching up to 20 minutes here. So if they can shave off those minutes without crashing, I feel like 12 minutes still possible for them.
They can, provided they clean up the rotation, and they still need to improve a little bit within how they play within that 120 seconds window, because they're still a little below par. They're not hitting the 100-pointers mark within 120.
Close enough though.
80, yeah. So if they really want to finish things in like 13 minutes, then they have to also make sure that that is in play and they can secure the 100-pointer within 120 seconds.
But between the teams, definitely they do have a big gap if you compare with Team Kazakhstan, who tremendously having such a progress, and what a huge growth when it comes to comparing their first track in the first round down to the second track of second round. And definitely an a huge one indeed. But it's going to be an addition to 2 more minutes for Kyrgyzstan. Just placed themselves second at 17 minutes, precisely on the clock. But Team Nepal follow closely behind with only 9 seconds between the gap.
Oh, things are only going to get better from here on out, and Team Uzbekistan from the last place here will fall in as the last place entry as well to kind of conclude the entire track number 2.
The average so far, I think for the standards of Team Kazakhstan, definitely been pushed up higher. If you compare, they do have a lot of tragedy when it comes to the first round, all the 4 tracks. Maybe they're not that familiar with it just yet, but we can see how they just adapted to it within a short amount of time. Within track 1 and track 2, we barely get to see any accidents coming out Team Kazakhstan so far. And they're hitting a good goal standard, 15 minutes. I think that's still a good time.
That is good, impressive. They have to keep this one up. However, I have to also bring up, it would be unfortunate if they will bow out, because this is also an elimination round, right? Only 4 teams, 3 teams actually out of the 4 will advance forward to the next qualifying, the regional I'm fumbling my words, regional finals, right? That means there's a chance that Team Kazakhstan would still be on a chopping block for eliminations because of that tragedy that happened in track 3 in set number 1. They had a back-to-back last place finish, and one of those, because of the mismanagement of resources, got them up to 25 points. That is huge gap to try and close back off.
That's true, and also for the last track in the first round, they finished up at 19 minutes. That's another detrimental numbers, if you ask me, if you count the overall for the result. But so far, Kazakhstan consistently getting #1 spot in the second round, back-to-back in track 1 and track 2, with 15 minutes, 12 seconds. This is going to be the new standard set out by Team Kazakhstan. But for the rest, they're pretty much in the 17 minutes plus.
Here are your potential Audi Super A player, which will be awarded sometime tomorrow during the regional finals, per se. Even across the board with Team Uzbekistan's Dino and Shahaz here at 449 in the scores.
Well, I'm looking forward for track number 3. So far, the most accidents we have is going to be coming up from Team Uzbekistan, and 4 times in track 2. But will it be, it's so different the way we end things, right? Will it be more for the other teams when it comes to track 3 and 4? Stay tuned and stay with us, because we're going to go for a break for a bit and see you guys in a couple of minutes.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹E6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第二代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
And just like that, we're back here for more exciting games here in the road to Asian Games 2022. This is the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. And we are going into the conclusive round. That is track number 4 of a second set series that's going to total up to 8 tracks in total. And we're going to find out who are the teams who will move forward here in the Central and South Asia region. My name is Keith. Together with me, it is the one and only Choo Choo Train. I made that up. I added something in there. I just felt like if I ended it at Choo Choo, it just does not ring the bell. But talking about which, though, ringing bells, we've got a lot here in this region. Now moving into this next and final game, the question still remains. How many more crashes are we expecting to see?
You should have counted since the start, by the way. Then you get more numbers to starting off the day and the second round even. Well, we do have 2 more tracks to go, and so far it's going to be 4 in the last track when it comes to those crashes. And you have to give the record to Uzbekistan.
So far.
The award winning for crashing.
So far, because we only just recently started counting.
I'm afraid it's actually a good news for them, because if we started counting since the first track in the first round, maybe it hits double digit by now.
I don't know. Team Kazakhstan, they got last in track number 4 in the set 1. Maybe because of that too.
How do you count that kind of crash then? Is it counted as 1 or is it double? Because it was really detrimental for them.
I have no idea. But I do see them tumbling a lot. Well, which is a good thing because they're not tumbling anymore. But that is also one of the narratives going in, right? They currently are in the risk of getting eliminated because of, well, 2 bad maps in the first set. Now they have 2 good maps. If they could maybe bring in 2 more top 1 finishes, is that enough to keep them on top? Because one of those maps in in the first set was 25 minutes long.
Now the question is, will it be enough for the side of Team Kazakhstan to make it up with another 2 more remaining maps that's left? Now we're heading back to Miramar, setting off a 3rd track this time. A very different track entirely, a bit longer than before. High chances of more crashes to happen. From the start of Los Eagles, we're dropping into Chimasera for our first objective, then climbing up all the way to El Persa for second, then all the way to Craterfield, where there's going to be a bit dicey driving for a lot of the players, and up north all the way. It's going to be already really flashing up those cars, and I love the start as per usual. Everybody hopped onto their vehicle, taking their own loot and loading up their rifles for reaching out their target. But at the same time, they start shooting on the drones to give themselves speed booster along the process of getting towards their next checkpoint.
Yeah, that was music to my ears when you said this is a longer map, which means more driving, which means we might even break that counter right here, right now. Team Uzbekistan finds their way, not at the last point this time around, so maybe they could look to redeem their sort of driving experience and prowesses. It is Team Nepal who leads on the rest of the pack here by the bridge side, in which even Team China gets caught onto one of these car carcasses, but they made it through really, really smoothly, so setting themselves up on a good foot. A lot of these teams cutting through these curves here, not abiding their rule, and wow, an interesting rotation coming up from Team Nepal, not even sticking down to the road, going from hillside towards the next checkpoint, and they're doing things as efficiently as they can possible.
Now, the flags that nearby the bridge just now, where a lot of teams cutting their corners there, I think that's not really not abiding the rules, but they use most efficient way to work things out, and you can cut even deeper from there. Because we saw it before around East Asia, and they made it so well, and that will shave off pretty much like almost a minute if you actually drive through a very shortcut way into it. You're playing smart, and that's not wrong. But Team Nepal so far leading off, like, you know, when you feel like this team having a good start right now, but you know, so many unpredictable things gonna happen. You feel like you're waiting for a tragedy to hit in, but I just wish that's not the case.
Somehow something's telling me that is going to happen somewhere. Now this is a long map, so the possibility is still endless. Fortunately for a lot of these teams, no tragedy within the journey towards the first checkpoint, and so highlights on these checkpoints. For the time being, I'm sure we're going to have to revisit this conversation on tragedies and driving and rotation soon once they're finished with this one.
At the same time, when we do have the 120 seconds downtime while waiting for the platform to arrive for our first colored targets to appear. They do have 2 minutes mark to just get all the ground target as much as they can. And so far, nobody hitting the goal standard that we do know that's set by Team China before. You have to hit 100 points before the mission starts.
And that gold standard is looking very, very steep given the fact that the previous two-track champions, Team Kazakhstan, is only wavering at the round of 40 points at best. It is Team Nepal instead who's looking like more than likely to break into that third-digit mark. But at this point, I think a lot of time has been going out already. They're not accumulating as fast as they would like to. And just as I say that, immediately the activity is online.
Uzbekistan players or athletes just now trying to hit the frantic target. 3 magazines wasted on that and not even hitting it. He realized, you know, it's a waste of time. Might as well just hit the mission now. As Team Uzbekistan, they are taking off as the front line and leading with 87, but being followed up behind by Team Kazakhstan, but Team Nepal just shows their prowess. We're taking the lead, almost hitting the 200 mark by now.
200, that's going to get them 2/3 the way through here, and that one goes to the side of Team Nepal. Close behind is Team Kazakhstan with also 200 of their own, taking the lead now at 230, 250 and counting. So Team Kyrgyzstan, who actually was the one in the lead from the get-go, now loses this way onto the likes of Team Kazakhstan, and they will find their way first foot out of the door and into the next checkpoint.
As per usual, the teams are doing splendidly well when it comes to the first few objectives. We're talking about the first 2, where they do hit around 4 minutes to leave the vicinity and head into the second checkpoint here. But so far, it's a bit later than per usual. They do require a bit more time, almost hitting the 5-minute mark. So finally heading towards the second checkpoint here, where Kazakhstan live first. Again, surprisingly, because we thought it's going to be Team Nepal. That's going to be the first one for you.
Yeah, like I said, that conversation about tragedy is about to happen. Now we've got counter for the first crash of this entire track and counting, I would dare say, and counting right here. But so far looking good for Team Kazakhstan. They're making a jump forward. Oh, nearly crashed onto that fence, but they knew well to navigate themselves midway through. And there is another crash happening here. I believe that was Team Nepal.
Both of crash coming up from Team Nepal.
And it's supposedly they were the contender towards the #1 spot. Remember, they were consistent in the first set of the match series today. So this is going to dig into their lead a lot.
Man, I just hope it won't be detrimental when it comes to the overall time being accumulated later on. Well, for the side of Team Uzbekistan and Team Nepal, now rushing towards the final, second checkpoint. And a bit left out if you compare with all the teams that are actually on top of it, which we do have no teams yet instead of a checkpoint second and make it number 3, yeah. And it was Team Kazakhstan this time. We didn't see them to actually have a bit any crashes in the previous track. Surprisingly, they start to make mistakes here again.
Well, this is why I just love the region. No one could have ever expected. This was a straight road. Wonder how they crashed into anything at all in the first place. But I guess that's for them to know and for us to find out eventually. They will be all approaching into checkpoint 2 for the time being here. It is retractable targets. So we have clocked in a total of 4 crashes on the journey to checkpoint 2, which means if that statistics maintain consistent, we can theoretically have about 8 more before the checkered points.
Oh, please no. I just hope that's going to be the maximum that we have for per track. It's going to be 4 crashes per track, but I might speak to you soon now. Because the one that's the most diciest driving that required for the players is the journey from the second track to the third track. You look at those sharp corners and those high hills around the crater fill area. That's scary for the drivers so far. If they have their own designated drivers, they should be worried by now.
Well, what I'm afraid of when it comes to curve is that because it's a sharp turn, people usually be a bit more cautious and then they prevent the accidents from happening. But if you give them a straight road and a ramp, now they don't have control midway through. And that's usually where all the fun begins.
And that's usually the case of first track, right? That's where you have it a lot in the first and second track, but not so much when it comes to the fourth. Maybe during the last bridge in the track 4. So far, they have been doing okay, but we are 3 seconds away before the retracting target now commencing. And all the teams are taking their own position. The athletes already place themselves in whichever levels of the platform they feel most suitable at the current state of being of each of the team. And leading off again is going to be Team Kazakhstan, almost hitting the triple-digit numbers. But Team Kyrgyzstan is actually catching up as well.
These two teams neck and neck, 110 each, both Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. It has never been this close before. Actually, it always has been for the top 3 teams here. And right now, Team Kazakhstan just trailing behind. That gap just getting bigger and bigger, but they say no siree sir. Back down to the 5 points difference, accumulating at the same rate. But Kyrgyzstan takes it by an inch.
Coming back, 230, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, pretty much these two teams, the athletes, are pretty much strong when it comes to their accuracy and firepower. They're just going to easily get those 400 marks without wasting any more time. It's all about if their target is not being snatched away by the other teams, because all the other teams have the same scope and same number of eyes set onto the target. I'm not sure if they place any players on ground to find all the other hidden targets if needed, because you don't need all 4 men to have your eyes watch on top of this retracting target.
Yeah, and Team Kazakhstan become the first team to hit that 400. That means a lead to them as they approach the final checkpoint here. Checkpoint 3, the make a break moment. And they are back on the road with the countess continuing.
This is where it gets fun.
Yeah. Look at this gradient right here. So many obstacles within the way. Surely they're not under pressure. No one's on their tail. Theoretically speaking, they shouldn't hit anything.
They slowed down for a bit. They learned their lesson. Now climbing up slowly for the sharp turns, boosting themselves up for a tiny bit. Team Kyrgyzstan will follow pursuit, but at the same time, all we need to do is just wait and hope nothing bad happens. Speaking of platform, mid-air flying, hope they landed flawlessly this time. Well done for Team Kazakhstan.
Very composed. This is looking like a different team now, despite having, you know, slight stumble on the block earlier on. They are still well in trajectory to make their way into the #1 position here if they
they avoid that entirely.
if they get checkpoint 3 in time. And yeah, I think Team Kyrgyzstan didn't want to risk it all so much, but so far we've seen Team Uzbekistan, the one who's getting into more frequent of crashes, and so maybe we should keep an eye on them instead.
I'll still have all eyes on all these teams at the same time. We're waiting for the sharp turns to happen. Those corners, will they actually cut those corners away while playing it as efficient as possible, trying to optimize their time? Team Kazakhstan so far haven't hit anything, and that's already a great sign to start off.
Perfect swerve right there from the outside. He turned inwards, keeping that turn radius to a minimal as possible, trying to shave off time. Meanwhile, Team Kyrgyzstan is doing the same thing here.
Instead of going in a straight line, they decided to make a bit of a U-turn there.
Because they know that the straight line usually means a crash. They have to create their own roads at this point.
How beautiful a human mind can be. Everybody have different set of mind. When things are straight, life definitely will not be straight. You have your corners, you have your darkest turn and stuff like that. I think that's how they reflect themselves about their life here right now with their driving.
I mean, twist and turning roads, right? That's the journey towards the Asian Games. It's not going to be easy.
Sure.
You're going to have to go through a lot of rough patches, but it matters more on who you are when you come out on top.
I'm so worried for the teams that are actually going for such a small, squeezed out places. Not many space in case they got stuck there. I just hope that's not going to happen here anytime soon. But we do have...
there we go. Another one.
Fifth.
Fifth one.
The fifth one. So far, we have 2 times from Uzbekistan so far. Kazakhstan twice, was it?
Nepal, actually.
Nepal-
Kazakhstan
Nepal
has
won.
not got into a crash just yet this game.
So far.
Yeah.
So far. So, who got the most out of all those 5 crashes?
I think it's... Good point.
I think Kazakhstan scored 2. Uzbekistan scored 2. Kyrgyzstan scored once, right?
I know Nepal had one.
Before, in this round.
Yeah.
So I guess that distribute all of them like once so far.
Perhaps. We'll just
Perhaps.
count how many crashes they are, and we don't need to pin it on the person themselves. Because the flying target is a go. Shooting those dishes is what the activity is all about. And they will be deploying members already from the flank side here. An off-angle approach towards getting these dishes down and count. Team Kazakhstan 50 already in out of the 500, so it seems like they have begun without a lead of 100 or more. And so they will have to climb in from the rough patch just like everyone else.
Yeah, but so far when it comes to the lead, it's not too big of a gap yet if you compare with Team Uzbekistan and Team Nepal is within their reach, because there will be a time where the teams up there, including Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, will have a plateau and not moving anyone with those points because having some difficulty to spot out all those flying objects. Interesting from how do you pronounce
Uzbekistan?
Uzbekistan, the player for Uzbekistan, having such a distance to shoot down something else. I'm not sure what he's targeting for, but he's definitely going back into the arena to join in with the rest of the other teams to just shoot down all those flying objects. And so far, I don't think we're going to finish things off with a 15-minute marks anymore, maybe even longer, 17 or 16 here, the average, I guess, because it took them a bit longer time to even reach up half of their scores in this final checkpoint.
Final checkpoint, and Team Kazakhstan's only about midway through here. They have to look to accumulate much faster because they have a bigger hole to try and patch up from the performance in track number 3 and 4 in set number 1, match number 1 there. And so right now they are unstoppable in the top 1 position. Both matches that they've played in set number 2 is a top 1 finish. Can they make it a 3rd and eventually a 4th? It's looking likely with 340 already in the marks.
Oh, just a bit more longer, just a tiny bit more for the side of Team Kazakhstan to have a wrap. They might actually manage to redeem themselves after the 2 detrimental track in the first round, track 3rd and 4th, getting themselves such a long time to finish. Hopefully it will make up when it comes to finish things off, because I don't want any team to be relegated at this point, but like it or not, we only have 3 teams to advance later on the final stage later on. So far we see the potential coming up from Team Kazakhstan can actually be polished. Now, if they cannot make up in this track, there's going to be a bit trouble for them to hit into the final track later.
Yeah, but thankfully for them, only 50 more to be put onto their baskets here. Surely this is not an impossible feat to do, seeing as though that the Team Kyrgyzstan from 2nd place need to claw their way for at least more than 100, which is an even greater feat. So if they were to let this one slide, really, it's Team Kazakhstan's one to lose here, and they will get that 500 immediately, booking a ticket out of here. And if they can close it at a 16-minute mark, I would say it's a pretty decent run.
I agree. And so far, they are the one that's setting the standard for the entirety of this region right now of Central Asia and South Asia. They're holding the fastest record for this particular region around 15 minutes on the mark. That's going to be the best record yet in the 2nd track just now. But here comes the finishing line. I assume it's going to be 16 minutes, possibly 35 seconds for them to actually head towards the finishing line. Maybe even longer, because this is going to be a longer track when it comes to reaching out to the touchdown, which will be, this is where we want to hold our thoughts for a bit. Will it be safe? And they are safe. Good landings coming out from the side of Team Kazakhstan, but they definitely slowed down just now, just for the sake of not tumbling over. But it will cost them quite a number as well, because they will finish around 17 mark.
17 minutes, unfortunately. Could have been a 16 closer here. But they will have to do with 17, because no matter what points they finish at, they are the 1st place, which means everyone else is going to finish at a much later time itself, which is going to add into their overall. But what? Just hang on a second there.
6 times.
they resetted themselves?
Accident.
So they accidentally gave themselves a penalty bonus with the point with the timer in an open road.
I just not sure what really happened. Hopefully they can land on 4 wheels. Ooh, swerving a bit, but it's gonna be okay. And they will finish off around 18-minute mark for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, who actually will place themselves second.
Plus 10, I guess.
Is it really?
I'm not sure.
They have to restart at 10 seconds before where they were, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, that's not for us to kind of figure out. Well, good luck to the officials in the back end here. That's kind of your jurisdiction.
I mean, usually, I think that's the case here. But for the side of Team Nepal and Uzbekistan, they are neck to place themselves 3rd and 4th. Now, only one team will be relegated when it comes to the finals, and either these two teams, because they have been consistently at the bottom a lot of times. So it might be a really close call between these two teams when it comes to who will be seeded into the final stage later on. But this is where the big crash usually happens. Hopefully that's not the case. And it feels like Team Nepal successfully landed. Team Uzbekistan as well. No crashes. So far we have 5 crashes in this one.
5 is a plenty. It's more than what we could have found inside of East Asian region here.
East Asian, I think like the most is going to be just 2. Possibly.
2. And that was a rare occasion too.
True,
Something to celebrate when it happens. Right now, this concludes it. 19-minute mark is the latest time spent for this entire match here. That would be Uzbekistan to go in the final place. But it is Team Kazakhstan walking away the absolute victors here.
We will look at the data right now. It feels like the one that's really in a shaky spot is going to be Team Uzbekistan, because they have been finished last for out of 8 tracks. It's going to be around 3 for now. But for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan now, I don't know where do they stand for Team Kyrgyzstan, honestly, because they have been hot and cold, not consistent. It's not like we see the same pattern if you compare with all the other regions. We see 1, 2 usually the same. 3rd and 4th, they might be alternating. But it feels like right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, nobody sticks at the numbers when it comes to the spots.
Thankfully, in this situation, this phase of the tournament, it's all about being at the extremes. So only one team will be eliminated. That means the extreme of the worst performing team will go out. And let's take a look at the results to kind of figure that out, right? 17.08 for Team Kazakhstan, 18.03 for Kyrgyzstan, 19.05 for Nepal. Unfortunate for them. They had such a good run in the first half, and now seemingly slipping that one down. 19 and 11 for Uzbekistan themselves. Now, so far, out of 3 tracks, Team Kazakhstan is the fastest on average, right? They have got a 16-minute, a 15-minute, and a 17-minute just recently. But first, an Audi Super 8 player, before I get into my train of thoughts, look at the faces on the screen. They are potentially winning something from Audi. It's an exclusive stuff. If you've seen the ones yesterday, then you know what they're about to win. But back to my train of thoughts. Team Kazakhstan, 16-minute, 15-minute, 17-minute. So their latest was the 17-minute. Meanwhile, if you look at Kyrgyzstan, they're all 17-minute games. And if you go all the way to the side of Nepal, 17 and 19-minute games. And when you go to Uzbekistan, similar 17, 19-minute games. Now, so Kazakhstan looking like through and through, they are pretty much the best performers out of here. But they do have 2 bad maps.
Yeah, really bad maps and tracks. That's the thing. Will be enough for them, because if they actually reach up to the gap where the final track, if they can finish within 14 minutes, I think it's pretty much safe for them for now. But if they happen to be stumbled into something that we hope it will not be the case there, then I have to say they're jeopardizing their own position to seed into the final stage.
Yeah, so that is kind of my worry as well. Because I know that they've been performing right, but because that two bad match was ridiculously bad.
Yeah.
It's 25 minutes. That's at least a game or 2 in between.
And a 19-minute, almost hitting another 20 minutes. I mean, like, across all region, the most we had around 26, was it? And this is one of those 26, and it's a rare occasion, but it will hurt them because they are one of the teams that's quite consistent when it comes to the second round. It would be a shame if they cannot make it.
So it's not the first time we've seen this happen, right? Like you mentioned, there was a 26-minute game, but that team, I remember it was Team Hong Kong China, was not eliminated. So what are the scenarios for that to happen, for them to still be safe despite a 25-minute game? Remember, the barrier of entry during that point, during qualifying rounds, was that they had a team who's always consistently at the bottom, which isn't the case here. It's not a consistent bottom player. So that puts Team Kazakhstan in a risk.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. That's why it worries me because of how inconsistent the placement are for all each team of South Asia and Central Asia, this particular region, to seed themselves into the final stage. We will have one team to be relegated after this. But for the final track, this is where everything is on the line. A lot of it at stake. And they have a lot to prove still. Within short amount of time for them to familiarize themselves with the tracks, I have to say a lot of respect I can give to all the athletes down there to adjust and improvise in an instant. But it's all down to this final track will be enough. I have a feeling. Now, Team Nepal so far have been starting off really strong, but their momentum, their progress, their performance feels like slowly dwindling down if you compare with the first track. They were at first, and then they're still around up there. Maybe sometimes they are fourth, and then it just starts to drop track by track.
Yeah, they just clocked in their worst performance at 19 minutes just recently. And so, you know, that's something to be worried about. But I think as an overall, because they did pretty well in the first half, they should be safe. Right, but I can't say the same with Team Uzbekistan and Team Kazakhstan. I think
is it Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan? Because if you compare with consistency, I have a feeling second round here, Team Kazakhstan never failed to deliver. They're always at the podium spot.
I just don't know if the podium spot that they achieve creates enough gap in between to solidify for that 25 minutes gap here. To be fair, actually, if you take a look at the track 3 in the game set 1, they are 4 minutes away from Team Uzbekistan. Right? 25 minutes to the 21 of Team Uzbekistan, which means at the bare minimum, you need to cover that 4 minutes to negate this
That's true, that's true. And so I'm looking at Team Kazakhstan average right now. They do have around, 16 minutes as an average so far. But is it 16? If you look at it, oh yeah, I think it's around 16. So if you add up for 25 minutes and 90 minutes in the fray of 16, that's additional of how many minutes more? 6? Is it 6? Around 6, I guess. Right?
Actually, I think they're safe. Because if you
I have a feeling they are safe.
They are safe.
Because they made it up. And they are making it up for their second round here. But the question is, who will be first? That's also another thing to consider. And who will be last? Because of how inconsistent. It's all down to who gets into crash first and most.
That's correct.
Still down to driving skills for the players and athletes.
I guess this last track would be that determining factor because we're really just scratching our heads and trying to theorize here. Because if we go by the one track by track, we can make that difference, and I think that covers the previous one. But no more dilly-dally. We don't want to ruin the surprise by trying to be a know-it-all right now. Let's get into track 4 and let them play their fates out.
I just really hope nobody stumble for the final bridge. It hurts more. It hurts more because you have this fake hope thinking, I've done the final checkpoint. All I need to do is just drive flawlessly to the finishing line. And that's where everything, all your nightmare happens. That bridge.
I don't know if you could call it a nightmare because I'm smiling. I have no stake in this, so I'm smiling about it.
You will not be if you're the athletes themselves. A lot at stake for the players and the athletes. Now back towards the final track of the qualifiers in the South Asia and Central Asia region right now. having a good start as per usual. It's going to be, I think it's going to be Team Kazakhstan taking the lead. Now, they do know this track like the back of their hand. They know how to swerve around it sometimes, but I might speak too soon, so I will retract my statement again now because we never know what's going to happen.
Things are out of our controls here, but when it comes to all these rotational tracks, they are a bit unhinged, to say the least. Immediately actually bangs and rams a player's vehicle into the beach flag there for a bit here, but it will be Team Kazakhstan still maintaining that ultimate lead forward. The real competition takes place second onwards down the charts. Look at that, Team Nepal and Team Uzbekistan just playing bumper car at this rate.
I feel like that's going to be the first crash. No, not just yet. I feel like everybody have to avoid each other from crashing and have to avoid themselves from crashing into structures. And we can hear those shoutings coming up from the players as well, like try to overtake them, but the one having the most space right now is going to be Team Kazakhstan. The other three teams still fighting for their place and also for the space, but the one having such a free leeway is going to be Team Kazakhstan. The only thing that can stop them are those unmovable structures.
Oh, well, nearly flipped there, right there. It could have been another thing that could potentially stop them in track. Not just the immovable structures, but also how reckless they are in trying to control their vehicles. If it flips on over, that wouldn't be a very great way to end it for at least Team Kazakhstan, who had a tragedy already in the first set for today. But we will not go back into time. In fact, look forward to the future and the promise here with checkpoint number 1.
Now, so far, Team Uzbekistan taking most of the scores. For the first time, they're taking the lead. I just hope they are finally having some trouble to open the door even. But coming up from side to Team Uzbekistan because of the delay of the door just now. Caught themselves in a place where they've been catch up by Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Kazakhstan slowly catching up as well. But I'm loving this. If we never have the first to finish from Team Uzbekistan yet, but if we have the end for our qualifier for this region, with that, I'm satisfied. I'm happy.
What, with Team Uzbekistan?
In the lead, yeah, why not?
I'll be kind of sad, because that would probably push Team Kazakhstan, who we know is actually good, but because of some unfortunate mismanagement, that would potentially put them in the eliminating round. Remember, the weakest link right now, on paper, in terms of time, is probably going to be Team Uzbekistan. So if they get a number 1 finish, they might just be safe, and it would be someone else in a chopping block, and that could be Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, definitely, you have a fan here for Team Kazakhstan. We definitely see this one quite obvious, but I mean, I do want to see the teams that haven't been on the podium spot to take out the podium sometimes once in a while. But we do have the numbers up coming up from Team Uzbekistan, but being catched up and overtake by Team Kazakhstan at 142 and neck to neck, but still taking the lead back. Team Uzbekistan hitting the 200 mark. Team Nepal seems to struggle when it comes to the first checkpoint.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? You can depend on Team Kazakhstan, and that's why I do want to wish them forward, because they've shown absolute consistency across the board. I mean, if you're going to compare it to their first set of the match, it seems like the number is a constant improvement on their end, and that's the kind of team that you want to send forward eventually later on for the Asian Games itself. And so pray Godspeed that they make it out of here, but that's all within their hands, and it is them who makes the first movement outside of this checkpoint.
Now they're leaving within the 4 minutes mark, coming out from Team Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Just 3 seconds of a difference so far, and it's within their reach as long as they just boosted their speed up all the way, not crashing, and just trying to cut off all the unnecessary corners. But so far, thank you so much again for IQ11. I love this hand cam for the players. They look calm for now, but the gyroscope making it really hard to work, especially if you're the driver themselves.
Yeah, you're trying to get those speed up bonuses onto your allies here. But if you shoot and you miss, then that would be also resources that has gone to a waste. But hey, you miss every shot you don't take anyway, so might as well run and gun for the points here. It is still Team Nepal who will be in the 3rd place. Following them, it is Team Kyrgyzstan in the back end. Now leading the charts is Team Kazakhstan alongside with Team Uzbekistan, but Team Kazakhstan has just left them in the dust.
And so far we have no crashes yet. I think this is a very good sign.
I know.
It feels like they have more practice and more familiarized when it comes to the final track, because they do know for a fact this is one of the longest track and one of the most detrimental if they make a mistake. But we do have a bit of a memory.
There we go. You just had to say it.
Don't say it.
Choo Choo just jinxed that one up for them. And I think Team Kazakhstan as well, it seemed like they slowed down for a little bit. So I think that was a simultaneous crash. Another crash here happening on the side of Team Uzbekistan in the yellow. Back-to-back, what seemed to be a team who could potentially be second place, again in a third crash.
Oh, man. In the forestry of this very fine pine trees, after one tragedy to the other, it's the same team as per usual. As always, Uzbekistan really know how to entertain us, but it will definitely hurt when it comes to the time. And it just shows they were one of the leading team as a start and now falling off the chart because they slowly getting themselves one of the last few teams into the checkpoint.
Man, the importance of a navigator or a pilot in this entire game is understated, right? And we've talked about it with Sir Cloud as well, because I initially thought that all you had to do as a pilot is drive the car and just navigate across the map. But then you realize that as the pilot, you have to secure resources, secure the loot drops, secure petrol, and then miss it.
You have to work too.
Yeah, you gotta manage the petrol boosts as well, and also contribute, especially in the checkpoint 3. There's so much job for the pilot. I'd rather be the underwhelming shooters at this point.
So much pressure for the drivers or the pilot itself. But so far we haven't. The numbers are getting lower when it comes to the start during the downtime of 120 seconds. Before this, we're hitting like around 70 or 80 points, but this time we do have only 30 points around there somewhere. So it feels like the track itself a bit harder for the teams to have more numbers or more scores when it comes to before the platform even starting. The retracting targets now will be commencing, and it's still commencing. Coming up from Team Kazakhstan as per usual, hitting halfway through. Now all they need is not stopping, and just don't stop spraying, and make sure those sprays actually do hit the target, because we do notice about the sort of a pattern for certain teams up there, even though they are in the lead. But when it comes to closing like 20 or 30 more points, they have some difficulties to find those targets to, not miss them. They always miss sometimes.
Well, that's called performance anxiety, I believe. You're getting a little too shriveled up, especially towards these last few moments. But I don't think that is the case with Team Kazakhstan. It seems like, again, just to echo myself like a broken record, a constant improvement time and time again comparatively to their first set of the evening. Now we are in the last track in the second set of the evening, and they are 1 point away. Finally hit that mark, 400, leaving second place still within the 200 range.
Yeah, 10 windows around the retracting target just now for a row, so there's around 50 windows around there somewhere. If you divide it for your team to look at around 2 rows in a vertical manner, I think that pretty much covers all the field that you need, right? Pretty much. You could. You focus on that 2 rows and that's it.
I know Team China, they do quadrants. There was a POV in where they're doing it, and the cursor, or more like the aimer, never leave the quadrant right there. So it wasn't even like an entire vertical. They're hyper-focused.
It's a square for them.
That's why small square divided into 4. Yeah.
And that's why one of the reasons the platform are multi-level platform. So if you want to focus on the quadrant on the ones above, you can actually be on the higher platform. It's on your eye level. It's easy to target as well. And so far, not many teams have actually tried to apply that yet. Maybe in the next few ones.
Hopefully so. They have to make this little maneuvers count, right? It's going to add up eventually into their efficiency as an overall. And talking about which, Team Kazakhstan still not crashing anywhere else, so that is efficient as it gets. Of course I'm waiting for it. They have a whole history behind it. I just don't want to see it happen. Okay, that's a lie.
So far that we've seen from our POV, we can only see once. Twice from the same team.
Since you arrived, they've performed better.
Oh man, I mean, like, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking the credit, even though I might jinx the team when I actually say something that it might happen. It usually happens, but I hope that's not the case, because everything goes smoothly and so well right now. But I'm starting to worry when it comes to this uneven terrain. It feels a bit bouncy for them. But Team Nepal and Team Kyrgyzstan seems to be on neck to neck. Hopefully they didn't crash themselves into any sort of unnecessary corners, but everything goes smoothly well, and even boosting them up and overtake Team Nepal in the very last minute. Oh, there you go.
Well, they are using that booster quite sparingly. Just hope that they don't bite more than they can chew. They have to make it into the petrol station if they're looking to play this game even further. Now, this is Team Uzbekistan, who has had like about 3 crashes since the first checkpoint and finds themselves in the back foot. Serious disadvantage here. The last man standing in the end.
For the side of Team Kazakhstan, they're taking the lead again while waiting during the downtime of 120 seconds. They already gained themselves almost 100. Like 64 is already a good start, but how much time they have left? Not much anymore. With 2 seconds on the clock, the final checkpoint commences as the flying objects will be released.
68-point lead, 8 for Kazakhstan here. They will have to work with a little bit of deficit, not too crazy. I mean, a little bit of the lead, not the deficit, really. And it's not too much of a lead, but people can still claw their way back up against them. In fact, that's exactly what Kyrgyzstan is doing. So Team Kazakhstan, they have to make sure that they are on point comes to this disciplinary event. 138 right now. If they could hit the waypoint of 250 and create a gap of perhaps 200, that would be ideal.
It's not really easy to hit all the targets. We barely can see with this mountain as the background because of how dark this is. It's just so hard to see it sometimes. But so far, Team Kazakhstan never failed to deliver. They will hitting themselves the 200 mark anytime soon. They're already hitting it right now. But when it comes to the clock, they definitely will having a hard time to hit less than 14 minutes. I have a feeling they will spend more time when they hit almost 250, even have a bit of a plateau right now, slows down when it comes to the numbers, but Kyrgyzstan is catching up from behind.
228, all that lead from 100 and plus now goes down to only a mere 30 points is at best here for Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan. This is not going to be a fun way to lose it just like that. You had all the lead in the world, down to 20 points different. They're really edging things one out. 8-point different here, but they instead create more of a lead now, hitting the 300 mark. So Team Kazakhstan, they are relentless in trying to surpass the rest.
Well, Team Kazakhstan, now all they need to do is another 150 point, even less than that, make it 130-ish. And right now, it took them quite a number of time. I see a lot of teams spend around 3 to 4 minutes just on this platform, not including the 120 seconds of downtime to finish off their task. But coming up from Team Kazakhstan, they definitely have just a little more to go, but feels like they're hitting a bit of a plateau. While Team Kyrgyzstan is actually catching up. Team Uzbekistan, on the other hand, there's a wide gap between them and Team Nepal. Now, between these two teams, we do know only one team will be relegated, and who will it be?
It is looking like it might go Uzbekistan. They've had so many bad games this second half of the entire roster here. But we'll have to wait till the official tally to call that one out. Right now, 488 on the scoreboard. Nearly hitting that waypoint of 500 for Team Kazakhstan. They see the bright light and they will achieve that mark immediately. It's time to take a dive into vehicles and make it the fastest extraction out of this compound.
Now, time's on the clock, hitting 15 minutes now. The most they can actually do is 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes, 30 seconds, maybe even more. But this is where everything will determine by...
Oh, no.
Yeah, I take that back. Now they got hit, and this is where everything just stumbles, right? The moment you thought you're going to hit it 15 minutes and 30 seconds, you have to hold that thought for a bit because of this bridge is a very punishing bridge. Even though you finished and cleared off your final checkpoint, it doesn't mean you can have a free way to get into the finishing line because you got stuck during in between the bridge, and that bought them. That cost them another 10 extra seconds, and they will touch down at 15 minutes and 42 seconds.
Still a very, very formidable performance by them. Again, they held the record as the fastest at 15:12, now 15:42 seconds. Still, again, the fastest for track number 4. And Team Kyrgyzstan, it's exactly what I told you. They were really sparingly using the petrol burning boosters, and now they are out of gas and making a run for it.
I thought the athletes supposedly, refuel their gas around the petrol station every single checkpoint.
They have to park in the petrol station.
So they're not willing to do so.
It's a question of did they even make it to the petrol
station? Maybe Team Kyrgyzstan will actually take the lead over the team that actually crashed themselves, and not just that.
Uzbekistan though, moving on forward.
How many crashes do we have right now? Round 5 as well, I
lost count. It's one too many, but it's exactly up to my expectations.
Congratulations for Team Uzbekistan, finishing off second with 16 minutes and 51 seconds.
So that's an entire minute going on the side of second place here. I think, hands down, Team Kazakhstan has already more than paid their dues on that
come
deficit.
on, guys! Come on, Kyrgyzstan! If only their shoes have some rocket fuel right now, they can just dash themselves in like a Sonic, but that's not the case. You can do this! Let's run as a full squad. Let's go! Let's go! Kyrgyzstan almost at the finish line. I feel like I'm watching a sprint.
A sprint is more like a marathon. Yeah, it's a triathlon here. Running in costume. It's always awkward when he goes down
like
this way.
You cannot crash anymore at this point, right? There's nothing worse than this can happen now. At least that's the good news.
That's good news for Team Kazakhstan because they know someone else is in this situation, which means they for sure will not be in the chopping block right now.
Oh, well, it's still around 50 meters to go. It looks so far, but it's not that far. It's not near either. Come on. We're trying to help to push you from the back. We give you the power of push. You can do this, but I definitely feels like coming from Team Kyrgyzstan do have the more stamina than the rest of the other players, because he does have more sprint powers compared to the others. Now we do have a different race here. Who of all 4 of them will reach number 1 among themselves?
To be fair, if you're talking about stamina, that goes to Team Kazakhstan. Their match in marathon was 25 minutes. This is barely 18.
Make it! They almost made it! Come on! The touching, finishing line, touchdown, and we still not had it. Almost there! Not yet! Is that counted? Are we done? Why do you do it?
They're going back.
Why? Why? No! What is happening? What is wrong?
Wait, hold on. I think they might miss a flag or something. There we go. All 4 needs to be registered in the same place. It's a registry problem, I guess.
Oh man, I just hope their shoes is still gonna work after this. Definitely, their toes is burning out for the players of Kyrgyzstan, but what an ending. I think this is the most team that we have running on foot instead of having their vehicles to work.
Like I said, I'm never wrong in these things. With the description, I may be brutally honest, but raw, unfiltered, unpolished, so much potential, but man, right here, that's entertainment value at best. I like this. The most things that you wouldn't expect happen within a single region.
You know, the sound effect when a team tries to touch the finish line is always like, this one is like, it's a tapping sound.
Tippy-tappy their way to victory, man. They can do whatever sounds they want to, but that does not change the fact that this is by far the most unpredictable of all regions. Now, do I hope that they put up the same performance moving on to the Asian Games? Of course not. But they can get away with it for this time round, and I'm glad they shared a bit of entertainment value to us during this point of time, but they are benchmarks we do expect to see moving in forward later in the tournament.
But I love the tenacity coming out from the teams. Even though their vehicles running out of gas, they're willing, you know, they have the sportsmanship, like how a sprint or a marathon actually does, where you have to go towards the finishing line no matter what it takes. But congratulations again from Team Kazakhstan for finish off another standard here with 15 minutes 42 seconds, while Uzbekistan scored themselves at 16 minutes 51 seconds. Well, this is where the gap happens due to them running on 19 minutes for Kyrgyzstan. I mean, like, that's...
Not too bad, actually, considering every run out of petrol incident we've had, it's always 20 plus.
True that. True that.
So they're the fastest of that incident, but nothing to be proud of so much. This is what you can be proud of, though. The Audi Super 8 player with all the faces on the screen. Expect to see them coming in tomorrow, especially during the qualifier finals for the Central and South Asian region here, where they can win something very special and momentous by Audi themselves.
Yeah, it's not that something that everyone can get, so you will feel special yourself. But speaking of which, right now, we're having a hard time to know who's going to stay at number 1, 2, and 3, because only top 3 will seed towards the final stage, which is going to be tomorrow for the side of Central Asia and South Asia. But based on today's performance of all the teams coming up from this region, it's so hard for us to pinpoint who will get number 1, because there's no consistency about who will stay at the top and who stays at the bottom.
Inconsistent, and unpredictable. The two recipe to just make us casters want to form whatever narratives and trend lines and logic that we have and toss it out the window and just wait for the eventual overall tally, because there's just too many information to try and process right here. It's not linear. You give us a linear line, we can come up with a conclusion. Now when that line goes like this, we will just wait for it. In fact, they will have an interview with Tash Bunny, and it's happening right now. So without further ado, Tash, please take this one away.
Thank you very much, casters. And that was an insane match that we've seen, and it's only the first half of the day. Tash Bunny here, and we are here with Sokesh from Kazakhstan, and it's very exciting. Now, today is their first day playing with Central Asia and South Asia. How does it feel?
Каково играть против стран Центральной Азии и Южной Азии?
В первую очередь, это очень большая конкуренция, потому что в странах Кыргызстана, Узбекистана и Непала играют именитые игроки. И это ощущалось более так на им мишенях. Но вот так пошло, было интересно.
So it was so interesting for us because we have good rivals because we know each other. Exactly, we can say about Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan because we are in CIS. Everybody know each other, and also we can say about the Nepal team. This team is called DRS, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So it is a good experience for us to play against them.
Yeah, it's always very exciting, and it was super exciting, your match especially. You guys had an accident just now, which honestly delayed you guys for a little bit. So how did your team not panic and still continue on with the following games and still manage to stay ahead? That's insane.
Задают вопрос о том моменте, где мы застряли и забыли заправить машину. Как нам удалось не спаниковать и соблюдать тот самый настрой?
Но мы настроены дисциплинированно, и мы не паникуем в таких моментах. Стараемся справиться в следующих, и всегда на настроении играем.
So we can call us as very high disciplined players, and after this case, which was in the first match, in the third map, we just discussed it and tried to find a solution to not make a mistake again, and there wasn't so much panic after that, and I think self-awareness and our we just were so sure in our game.
And you guys are now in the grand final. So how does it feel to make it this far?
Как раз мы сейчас пробились в финал. Каковы твои чувства о том, что мы прошли заключительную часть?
Мы рады, в первую очередь. Во вторую чуть играть было сложновато, там 60 FPS. Даже не знаю, что сказать. Good game.
So we are so glad to going into the final stage, and we are also excited to playing with Sri Lanka tomorrow, and we hope that we can show great results tomorrow.
And I really hope that you guys do. So for now, after the miraculous match, we're going to have another match later. So we're going to toss it back to our casters. See you guys in a bit.
I really wish you ask about the second track in the third track in the first round. Like, what happened with those gases? You know, the running out of gas, and who actually called out to take a grab with all the other teams out there for the vehicles for Team Kazakhstan for the first round.
I mean, it's just biting more than you can chew. And like I mentioned, Team Kyrgyzstan did the same thing here in track number 4, and they paid the price heavily for it. This is the standings for the second set of match. It's not the overall. This is where we will see. Oh my god, Team Kazakhstan.
Oh man!
Barely made it in, and this is why I say if Team Uzbekistan actually made it in the #1 spot, Team Kazakhstan would have been in the chopping block. And they played absolutely well. It's just they had really unfortunate mistakes in track number 3, and that followed to track number 4 as well.
Now the blue ones, who's going to be the top 3, will make it to the next stage, which is going to be the finals. But I agree, you are not wrong. Kazakhstan, Team Kazakhstan, they were efficient, flawlessly running for the second round, but those mistakes coming up from the third and the fourth track in the first round was so detrimental. They were like just teething it out in the very last minute. But speaking of which, we still have our break later on, which with a different region entirely, with a different caster entirely. We're going to get back to you guys. Thank you so much, Keith. I'll see you guys again after this. And we're going to go a couple of minutes break. Don't go anywhere.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。 累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。